Soda water, yeah, soda water. Oh, that stressed me out. I was in a totally blissed out state, and then it all goes wrong. But well, quokka is like a really cute animal. It's the animal that's in the. I'll have to turn off my YouTube, I think. It's a marsupial and somebody told me that it lives on a particular island in Australia, and it's protected, and it's very cute. And I've just recently discovered them, and it seems like a spirit animal. It would be a good spirit animal to have. So that's why you drink gin. Yeah, it doesn't stain. I've got this light coloured wall, magnolia probably. And it's just all claret all over it. It's like a crime scene. It's like crime scene to courtroom. But I never really got into. Autopsy says. So Sonia, yeah, that's what the quokka is. They're really cute. They're always smiling. They seem to be incredibly wise. Hi Sonia. Hi Topsy. Topsy says, I drank my bottle of Malbec last night. As soon as I got home, I have none. Oh, so sorry to hear that. If I could email you some, I would. I don't know why. Magnolia's safe, yeah. It's a safe bet, isn't it? Or it could be taupe. It could be taupe. I don't know if it is magnolia. Well, exactly. Exactly. That's a good point. I've half wondered whether they'll ever rock up here. I don't think they will. They're not interested. But weirdly, somebody from Countess of Chester is obviously paying attention, because they said in that letter, they said, well, it's obvious from your YouTube channel, you're getting suggestions by people. Hi, Claire. Hi, Simone. The show must go on. Yeah. And it all set up for some Barry White to come in, and it was all going to be very smooth. And then I just punched the wine glass into the wall, which amazingly hasn't broken. But there's all this all this spatter on the wall. I got most of it off with a cloth, but it's it's kind of making me think of those techniques that you learn, like blood spatter techniques, but it's with wine. If only I had a syringe, I'd be all right, wouldn't I? I should have syringed it up. Hi, Claire. Good to see you. Good to see you, Simone, and everyone else that's listening. And if you'd like to come on and talk about anything you want to, of course. But if you'd like to talk about recent developments, obviously, one of the main thing, I suppose, is this arrest of one of the managers, one of the three. We don't actually. Hi, Yelda. Nice to see you. Oh, you can have a glass of Bailey's. Oh, lovely. I haven't had that for ages. Used to have it at Christmas, Bailey's. I was going to say, you can't mix Bailey's with anything, can you? There was a drink, and I mixed it. What's that? Malibu and pineapple juice that we used to have in the 80s and 90s. That used to be a bit of a drink. I remember it probably still is. Hi, Sister Cool. Nice to see you. Hi, Jane. Because it's it's the morning there, isn't it? In New Zealand. That's fantastic. Amazing. Isn't it incredible how we can sort of reach all these far-flung places just having some of these so-called content creators, they're called, I suppose, and they say, we're the new media now. I suppose there's some truth in that, isn't there? But definitely noticed with YouTube over the years that it was different early on. I never used to do any videos. I just watched some, but eventually so-called legacy media came in because they could see the space was so powerful, really, Hi, Jenny. Lovely to see you. I'm going to put the link here in case anybody would like to. And Jenny's been doing some. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Is it right to say, Jane? Malibu and Coca-Cola, yeah. Melanistic marble. Lovely to see you. I'm sorry, I'm not putting the things on. Yeah, I nearly smashed a glass, but I didn't smash a glass. So I haven't got 7 years bad luck. I just like spattered a half a glass of wine up the magnolia wall, which is either very lucky or it's unlucky. I don't know, but it's drama, isn't it? And as somebody said, you know, if Cheshire Police rock up here, they're going to be investigating a murder or a mother. If anybody used to watch that Scottish detective, what was his name? Mark McManus was the actor. Was it something like that? What's his name? Taggart. Taggart. There's been a murder. There's been a murder. Hi, Lynn. Lovely to see you. Oh, Melanistic Marble says, I just broke one of my crystal 1990s wine glasses. Oh, God, that's awful. I'm sad, but I've just been on eBay and got some more. Brilliant. Fortunately, it was empty. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's always worse, isn't it? If it's got some stuff in it that you wanted to have. But it's a shame about that. 1990s. God, that seems so long ago. Well, it is a long time ago. Taggart. Yeah. Love the Taggart. Sorry if I'm shouting. I'm trying to adjust the volume. I don't know how. I need to find out how to work StreamYard properly. Taggart. Jane, yeah. Yes, you can say Jane, but if you search my name and your surname, which is my name, it goes straight to it. Oh, yeah, because yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's not a super common name, but there's different spellings of it, you know. I used to watch Taggart. Sometimes I like the kind of wasn't there a woman? I can't remember her name. She's quite a famous Scottish actress, and there's the young guy, and a younger woman that were the kind of sidekicks for Taggart. I think he's passed away now. Is it Mark McManus or something like that? But he was a good actor, and it was kind of gritty, wasn't it? Gritty, and it had a really good theme tune, you know. So Topsy says, I always keep a tin of Magnolia just in case, Sonia says. Sorry, I'll go back to the other one in a minute. What is really happening behind the scenes in Cheshire Police? Are they having a massive panic? It's so hard to read them, isn't it? Because they've got this this kind of front-facing thing, as though they're in control of it all and it's all fine, and we didn't do anything wrong, Gov, and talk to the hand because the face ain't listening was basically Roberts's initial Chief Constable Roberts's initial response to Sir David Davis. Talk to the hand. But it's not going to work, is it? It ain't going to work, Mr. Roberts. But yeah, I don't know, Topsy-Turvy. Oh, I don't know. Did I put the link up? Did I do it? Should I do it again? I'll do it again, though. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try to work on that, to try to have like a intro video with some Barry White playing, or if there's any other suggestions you'd like to suggest. But Barry White, I love Barry White. Just really. Does anybody know that song that Barry White does with, and he does it as a duet with, oh, what's her name now? She's a British singer. And the song is like, I've been around the world and I can't find my baby type of thing. And they do it as a duet. It's a brilliant video. And the rapport that they have and the way they kind of, oh, it's fantastic. Hi, Pat. Lovely to see you. That's Barry White. I can't think of her name now. But that was one of her hits. And they're doing it as a duet. I'll have to figure out how to put those kind of things in as little, because you can do all kinds of stuff on here, I'm sure, but you know, I just got to figure it out somehow. I'm just amazed it works at all. Lisa Stansfield, thank you, Mandy Oliver. Lisa Stansfield, thank you, Jane. Yeah, Lisa Stans, she's fantastic. I think she's still going. So, and Jenny is going to be coming up now. So I'm going to add Jenny to the stage, because Jenny's been doing some really interesting videos. I've seen 2 new ones that have come up there, but I haven't actually watched them yet, but I watched the one that Jenny did about that chap, and his name's gone out of my. She's from Rochdale, yeah, yeah. Hi, Jenny, lovely to see you. Thanks for coming.
Hi. Have I missed anything?
Well, I nearly broke my wine glass.
Oh no.
Everything was going incredibly smoothly, and then I kind of, because I'm kind of in the dark here, and I, in more ways than one, and I kind of pushed my hand out for some reason, and it like went flying at the wall, but it survived. It
Well,
survived.
no, you got to be a hillbilly. We do mason jars.
Oh
Remember
yes,
mason
the
jars?
jars. Yeah, yeah.
Mason jars. Yeah, that's a
That's
hillbilly thing. We have
that's
mason
fantastic.
jars.
That's
So,
great. That's
yeah.
great. Everyone's saying hi, Jenny.
Oh,
Jenny, what was the guy? I haven't watched your latest
oh, it
two.
was a good one today.
You've just done a two-parter, haven't you?
Two-parter about the research. Now, it's nothing that I can prove, but Brewery's doing some really well. Just let's just say some research that he shouldn't be doing. One of them, they were doing nitric oxide on the unit, on the neonatal intensive care unit, and starting from 210 on. Nitric oxide wasn't even at my neonatal unit. It was only at the highest level. I mean, it was they shouldn't have even thought of the words nitric oxide. So he was part of it, and he's part of a lot of collaborative type of situations, and collaborative things too. But also, I kind of showed that he's also did some pretty top-notch research at Alderhay, and I can prove he was at Alderhay until around 2010ish, and then that's when he went into Countess of Chester. Now he did a couple, and these was main authors on this, and they were published with RSV. Nothing nefarious with this research at all, but it was RSV, something an immunologist would be doing. He's got an MD in immunology. I don't
Yes,
know if,
yes.
yeah. So, and it's a real good resume thing. It was in the journal Thorax, which is a top-notch medical journal, and the other one was Journal of Infectious Diseases. He's one of the main authors on that. So it looks really good resume-wise.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he was recruited over the Countess of Chester, or he just said, "Here's my resume. I look wonderful?" But yeah, he may look good on a resume, but the guy's clinical skills are shit.
Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? So is it possible that he only got to Countess of Chester only about a couple of years before Lucy? Then maybe because
Yeah.
she's
Now Michelle Warden seems to think he came anywhere between 2008 and 2011. So that goes with my timeline too.
that's the
Um,
time bracket.
Now
Yeah.
another thing we also don't know. We okay. So he's got his. I don't know if it's a bachelor's or master's degree or whatever, that initial medical degree that you get in the United Kingdom. It's like you combine. Unlike here in the United States, you do your university degree, and it could be a degree in anything.
Yeah.
Usually, it's a degree in sciences, and then you go 4 years of medical school, and then you get that MD. So you have your
Yeah.
bachelor's and your MD. Here in UK, you guys combine it. Like, why waste a whole 4 years when you can just have that four and then put on combine the two? It sounds fine. So you get
Yeah.
that bachelor's of surgery and medicine. We know he's got that. We cannot prove he's got something called the RCPCH. That would be called something called board certification, and that comes from the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health, the same people that um, did the thing back when. So they're the ones that certify you or board certify you as an actual pediatrician, meaning and the certification for that is that you go is that you have to have a certain amount of training and then you have to pass tests. There's no way to find if you
Oh,
have
there's
that.
no
Now
way to
here
find.
in the United States, I can find if someone is board certified. It's called something else, or I can find out if my doctor is board certified in pediatrics. So you can call yourself a pediatrician over here, but are you board certified?
Yeah. So that's
So
extraordinary,
we
isn't it?
can't,
Because yeah,
we no one can seem to find that. And I went on the GMC,
mm,
the thing, and they'll tell you that a Yeah, they went to medical school and they graduated this with that medical school degree, and it's a bachelor's degree or whatever, or something in medicine and surgery. But you don't know anything from there. What you can see is that they have a specialist
Yeah.
uh, certificate or notification. Specialist notification could mean one of two things. I passed the tests, and I did whatever training I did, and I passed the test for the RCPCH pediatrics thing. Or I didn't know this, and I just found this out through research, is that the trust can say, we like you, come on board. We'll certify you as a pediatrician. So
Oh,
we don't
it's
even know how much pediatric training he actually has, or if he truly is. We know he's not a neonatologist, but we do not know if he is even a pediatrician.
that's extraordinary, isn't it? Because
If your journalists can find out. I can't.
yeah, yeah,
Your
I'm sure
journalists
they
can
can.
find out.
Somebody like
Hear me, I'm in the middle of Nowheresville, America. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
an old lady. I'm a granny,
and
cat mom
I'm just a random guy in a bungalow somewhere
that
in the
needs to
west of
drink
the
his
country.
wine from mason jars
Yeah,
like a
exactly.
hillbilly. I'll send you some
I still haven't
moonshine.
received
Yeah.
the moonshine you promised me.
Well, you know what I have. Countess hasn't. Countess, I'm sorry. The Empress hasn't allowed me to, shall we say, fire up the still so I can make some more.
Okay, yeah,
She kind
That's
of
fair.
likes to
That's a
drink it
reasonable.
herself. You know.
That's a reasonable thing to say.
Yeah, yeah. And then
But you
another
know,
thing I'm noticing too is that, and I did the videos today, is that, and I'm not saying this happened at the Countess of Chester. Okay, I'm just saying in general, medical research is a big moneymaker.
yeah, I'm sure it
Huge
is.
moneymaker.
I'm sure it is. And do you think? I mean, I know it's a different system over here, but you've been obviously.
Hmm.
Is that a mason jar? What you're drinking from there, then?
No, I'm not going to be a hillbilly. It's
No,
a
that's not.
classic one.
That's just a regular. That's just
Yeah,
a
I
regular.
can put it in a mason jar, but
Yeah, you could have. You could have done. Um, what I was going to ask was,
yeah.
do you think the idea that the unit then becomes a level one would that have a knock-on
Oh,
effect
massive,
in terms
massive,
of the potential for doing research work?
massive,
Yeah.
massive. Now, what I have noticed, and if you go on PubMed, PubMed, you can find any medical article that's been published. Okay. Now, you can't
Yes.
get the whole
Yes.
article, but you can get part of it. What I've seen with Brewery, and all of a sudden Salati's joining in on this, and Brewery has been doing this too since post Lucy. They've been involved with what they call collaborate. They may not be the main author, but they're part of a collaboration of several hospitals, so they can still get something called the H index. I don't know if you know what that is. An H
No, I
index.
don't. I don't know
Okay.
what the H index is.
Okay. The H index is, and I don't know what the H stands for, but basically, if you are part of a research thing or cited in an article or a thing, you get a point.
You get a
And then
point,
if you're
right?
cited, you get a point. So
Yeah.
these points can add up, and it just, again, it's a way to earn Boy Scout badges. Get my
Yeah.
drift?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
If you want to progress your career, yeah.
yes, yes, or anything, or grant money,
Oh, grant
grant money.
money for the
What's your
trust.
H index? Now,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
the H index could be for Shu Lee. It's incredible. The guys earn it, but for someone rinky dink like Brewery, there's ways to game the system.
Right. Right. Without actually
So
doing the work itself or
yeah, yeah,
trying to. But do you think out of the two of them, out of Breary, I'll come to some of the comments in a minute,
yeah.
but out of Breary and Jayaram, would you say Breary, at least on the surface, is someone who seems more ambitious to go up the pole, as it were, in terms of being seen as a clinician and
Yeah.
as a
Okay.
researcher?
So this is my thoughts. Okay. If he was in America, this is this would be, and again, I sit and talk, and I talk to my nurse friends in America here too, and we're all in agreement on this one. Brewery wants to look like he's a Shule.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Ravi wants to look like he's Dr. Oz, the TV doctor.
Yes,
Wouldn't
that's right.
Ravi
Yeah,
make a
yeah.
wonderful spokesman for Big Pharma?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was talking quite a bit. I know
Yeah.
I know this is a contentious area, but he was talking about during the COVID period. He was kind
Mm.
of he was
Oh
involved
yeah,
there and
he
making
wanted to be
stink.
the COVID doctor, and he would make a good spokesman. Now, Ravi also, his background is, of course, he's as dumb as a mason jar,
That was
but
amazing, John.
dumb as a mason jar. In
Yeah,
fact, I think the mason jar is smarter, but
yeah, yeah,
even the moonshine in the mason jar. But
yeah.
um, cystic fibrosis, asthma, and also he did the naughty kid.
Yeah, Born Naughty, the series
So
Born.
when it comes to pediatric medicine, ADHD, anything behavioral medicine for drugs is big money. Anything for respiratory, asthma, big money.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm
So
sure
he,
because
he made sure he's in the thing that he could be, because he's a theater kid.
mm,
You know,
yeah.
he wanted to be a theater kid. He never wanted to be a doctor. So again, you know,
I know, and it could have been so great for him. He could have been in the he could have been playing himself in that scene where
exactly.
he checks his watch and it's like 2:51, and he goes, "Oh my God, I need to avoid nightmares for the rest of my
Yeah.
life, so I've got to get up now and do something about it."
Now, what I have noticed again in PubMed brewery, I guess Ravi was big in, I guess the in the media during COVID. I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, I've seen old clips of him, and also I saw a clip of him to do with a child that was needing some help, and the parents wanted to take the child, I think, to America, and the NHS was blocking it, and I can't remember the name of the child.
Oh, Charlie Gard.
Charlie got, thank you,
Charlie
yeah,
Gard.
thank you. That's
Charlie
right,
Gard.
that's right, yeah.
Charlie Gard. Yeah, that's how I knew who Ravi was, because I followed Charlie Gard because it was an ethical thing, like, who owns the child or who can make that decision. But anyhow, what I was going to say with Brewer, what I've noticed with his research is that he's part of all these COVID collaboratives. Uh,
Interesting.
and nothing, and it's not nefarious. I mean, this would have been a good collaborative that you would be part of it,
Mm,
like recovery and
mm.
stuff like that. I mean, nothing nefarious in these groups. He's
No,
nefarious, but nothing nefarious
yeah,
in
sure.
that.
I understand the distinction, yeah,
Yeah, and he's
absolutely.
also part of something called Radar, which is it's a kidney thing, and he is also part of a lot of these kidney things. It could be immune issues either way. If
Mm,
you get a renal transplant, you're going to want to, you got to get immunosuppressants. But too, a lot of some of these kidney diseases are immune caused,
right, right,
and
yes.
he has zero research related to cardiology. Zero.
Yeah, and he was always put forward as the person that had, I think, the quote, the interest in neonatology, or a special interest
No,
in it.
cardiology. He was the cardiologist.
Well, he was, but he was also, I think he was also, in my understanding from earlier on,
Okay.
was that there was someone in that unit, and I believe it was him, who was interested in neonatology, or
Well,
it
of
was
course you
somebody
would
who
be
was,
interested in
yeah,
neonatology
you'd
because,
hope so, wouldn't you? Because he's dealing with neonates all the time, or
well,
should be.
neonates make for good research specimens.
Yeah, and that's what
I
was
hate to
going
say it.
on at the.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear you talk to Sarah Hawkins. I don't know if you ever saw the live, or were
Yes,
you on that?
and
Were you on that live?
Sarah,
Yeah, I can't remember if
I
you
have a
were
lot
on
of
it.
respect for her. She's a doula. I think a mom of twins.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. Yeah,
I think she does stuff with, yeah, and Richard Gill and her did a video thing together
they did, and a long
about a
written
year ago.
article
Yeah,
as well. Yeah,
absolutely. And that's one thing I noticed too. So what I was saying in the videos is that when you do medical research, and I'm not saying it's going on, I'm just saying in general, it's real important to look for the rare things. How you can figure out something common is that you figure out the rare first. So, and the example I use is if you have this condition, this rare condition, due to this, you don't have a certain enzyme, and you completely lost this enzyme, and you get this weird, wacky thing, and it's one of these one in a million things.
Yeah.
So they study it and they figure out, okay, and they finally find out that that is that enzyme you don't have. Well, and then they can connect it to whatever organ it is. Then they
Okay.
go back and go, well, wait a minute, let's look at people now that have just a little bit less of that enzyme, and that would be a common disease. So all
All
these
right.
moms, many of these moms had rare conditions, or we don't know, but the ones we do know had rare conditions, but the babies had, I mean, identical twins, twin to twin transfusion.
Yeah.
You're talking oh my God, identical triplets. I mean, probably in several millions. So,
Yeah.
so I'm, what is missing from Thurwell? It's obstetrics.
Oh, totally. It
So this
totally
is the
is. And yeah.
why did the obstetricians? It wasn't so much Brewery accepted them. Why were they giving birth there?
Well, precisely, and then
Yeah.
that leads on to the conversations we've had about whether there were like jams in the system because it's being like overloaded by what's happening in North Wales at the time.
Yeah, and I think
Um,
what that did is that, in my opinion, I think that I have this feeling those moms would have. I have suspicions that the moms would have showed up the twins and all that stuff. And I think what the Wales did was just add pressure on and made them more busy. And I don't
yeah.
think my theory is that they would have accepted these moms anyhow. I'm just talking about the rare, the twins, the whatever. And then all of a sudden, all these influx of Welsh moms that just put more, it was just too many deliveries, and that put more pressure on the system that they hadn't anticipated.
Well, that's right. And
Yeah.
geographically, this Welsh area covered by Betsy Cadwallader Health Board is massive. It's a huge area, and it's very spaced out with a lot of small towns that are spaced
Hmm.
out over a very large area. And but just in terms of extra births at the Countess of Chester, we're looking at an extra in this indictment period. We're looking at 3 extra births a week, which is significant, especially if every week of that whole 13-month period. That's what we're looking at.
Well, in most, that would have been the average. You don't, anytime you have a maternity unit, it isn't a number like this. Birth,
No,
low, birth. So you can see the spikes.
yeah, there's going to be
Any
it's going
normal
to
maternity.
change.
So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
may have said they got an average of only three more, but they could have gotten 30 this month, this week, 10 the next week. You know what I mean?
Oh, I absolutely do, and it also
Yeah.
depends on what's going on at Arrow Park. I had something back from Arrow Park just basically saying it cost too much money to find out the information.
Well, you're
I,
vexatious. Yeah.
I was vexatious.
You're the Duke of Vexatious.
I'm the Duke of not the Duke of Earl, the Duke of Vexatious.
Yeah.
But and that question was about transfers from Arrow Park to back to Countess of Chester, but they wouldn't tell me anything about it.
Of
But
course not.
because I wanted to find it both directions, needed to
Yeah.
find it both directions. But really, yeah, it's just crazy with all that. There's a comment that's been on the screen for a little while now, and I'll try
Yeah.
to catch up with some of the comments. But Topsy Turvy says here, I watched
Yeah.
One Born Every Minute. I don't know if you had that series over there
We have our
America.
own versions.
You got a
Um,
version of that,
we have our
yeah.
own version, so I know what it is.
You
Kind
know
of a
what it
fancy
is. And
version.
and Bill Yoxall and Nim, as in Nim Sabudar,
Yeah.
was on it. It was from years ago. So
Yeah.
they're out there. They're
Do you
out
know
there.
that Nim and Susie Holt, before she showed up at, and she was a main author too, before she showed up at the Countess of Chester, did a thing together, did some research. I forgot what it was on,
Oh,
and Nim
really?
did research with RSV research, and fine, and Nim did it. I mean, it would have been Liverpool Women's Hospital would have been fine, but Nim and Susie Holt did research together, or was on a research paper prior to her showing up at Countess of Chester.
Well, and the other thing about Susie Holt, it was that thing that was a surprise to me because, well, I think we always thought, oh, she's arrived in 2016 and she's hit the ground running and she's joined the group, but she's got this long history and she did her training there, so she goes back there pre-Brewery, really.
Yeah,
She
and then
goes
she
back to
left, and she went to Alder
2006.
Hay, and then she's
Yeah.
like goes back and forth to Alder Hay and there, I guess. Current, she's at Alderhay, and oh, and it absolutely disgusts me because I had a family member in hospice. She's a director of a children's hospice.
Is she working now with Breary's daughter or something on
Yeah.
something?
Well,
Yeah,
Brewery's daughter's more working with her. Brewery's daughter, the last I found, it was 25. She
yeah,
was doing what they call a fellowship in palliative care, and palliative care is kind of a think of it as yes, it's pre-hospice, but it's more geared toward people with long chronic illnesses and children with a
yes,
lot of needs. They may have to go to hospice, but obviously their lifespan it is as well. So it's all kind of support and comfort. But she's doing at that time was doing a fellowship with at Alderhay, and her and Susie Holt did some sort of a poster presentation together. So,
right, yes, and
yeah,
and the palliative care is that to do with children though, that
yeah.
particularly rather than it's not adult palliative care, is it? They're focusing on children, aren't they?
And I'm seeing your comment here. The GMC register will say the specialty. Yes, it
Yeah,
will, but it will not say how they got that specialty. And it could be you could get that specialty through you did like you would in America. You have to have that training. You have to pass the tests. But in the NHS, you can have your trust certify you. Oh, we like you. You could
yeah,
have flunked all your tests.
yeah.
But we like
Yeah.
you, so we're going to call you a pediatrician. So again, the GMC does not say if you actually have RC. You can only get RCPCH, Royal College of Pediatrician and Child Health, if you pass those tests.
Right, and
So it will not say that.
we're not sure about Breary at the
Right.
moment with regard to that. That's extraordinary, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
he's the he's the neonatal lead as well, and Ravi Jayaram is the pediatric lead, isn't he, or was? I don't know if they're still there. Are they still working there? I think they probably are, but
I think I saw. Oh, God knows. They were on gardening leave for a while. I heard, and then they brought them
yeah,
back.
I
Well,
I
you
heard
know
that
that
as well.
the British Association of Perinatal Medicine, just
BAP,
released
yeah.
in February of 26. I did a video on that a couple weeks ago, and they released what do you do when a child dies?
Yeah,
Here's the steps you all take. He was on the committee that did the formulation for that. They have his name on it.
they got his name on
February
it.
of 2026. British Association of Perinatal Medicine,
That's right, and
BAPM.
that's right, and
What do
they're
you
the
do
ones.
for the whole book? A whole
They're
little
the ones that
booklet,
have those, they have those guidelines that they were
guidelines. Like, this
constantly
is who you
constantly
call,
falling
this is
short
what you
of.
do. Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of like but Jenny, I'd love to hear you if you'd like to talk about this, is it David Semple
Oh,
as
yeah.
well? You did a
Yeah.
video on David
Yeah.
Semple, who's got a law degree, as you said, as
Oh,
well,
yeah.
but also,
From Swansea.
yeah, from Swansea as
From
well. Yeah. So
Swansea.
that's another
I think
thing
it's
to, yeah.
2006. Now, if you go on his witness statement at Thurwell,
Yeah.
he lists what where I went to school and everything like that. And on the last line, it looks like, and he went to Scotland for his medical degree. And then he ends up in his last degree he has, it was University of Swansea medical, a law degree, excuse me, a law degree.
Yeah.
So,
Interesting.
when he is a gynecologist obstetrician, but Jim McCormick is the high risk guy. He's above Jim McCormick.
He's above Jim McCormack in the
So
management structure.
in the
Yeah.
manager, okay, so you got the whole hospital here. You got the executive team right here. The hospital itself was split into two areas. One was uh, planned, and the other one, I don't know if it was urgent or what the other name was, but this side
Yeah.
had your basic medical, your A&E, and the pediatrics. The
Okay.
planned side had your planned surgeries, your outpatient things, and because I guess labor and delivery and cesareans, that was planned. So he was above all of that. He was above all of these things
Yeah.
too. So
Yeah.
he was in between the executives and but above all the directors. He would have been above. He was not above Brewery or Ravi. That was whoever David Semple's counterpart is.
Yeah.
But
That's the
David
counter
Semple was over that.
over
Of
the
course,
other
he's
side.
going to want to protect things, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but you know, him and Jim McCormick seem to think, he was the highest that I can find and the closest to the executives without being, and again, I don't know how would you would call him an executive, or he wouldn't be the Ian Harvey and Tony
No,
Blair,
he's
but
not the Ian
he is
Harvey.
not. But even in his witness statements, he said he was there when Jim McCormick said you have a pointed his finger at Aaron Powell and said you have a murderess or a murderer on your unit. Are you harboring? Remember when he said that?
Yeah,
Well,
it was awful. That was, yeah.
David Semple said he was at that thing, and he said, "Oh no, 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 that's not what Jim McCormick said. What he said was, could you be having that?" That's
Oh, right.
exactly what David Semple said.
Yeah, yeah. So he's
And
kind of like
David Semple again, he was
protecting him.
all with Brewery. I can't tell you where I found it, but he was all with Brewery and Jerem, like, yeah, rah rah, let's go to the police. And also, if you remember, Brewery sent a really nasty email to Ruth. Is it Milliard?
Yes, yeah. She was the what? She was the midwife
Midwife.
manager. Yeah, yeah.
Midwife. Well, okay, so exactly 1 year later, David Semple sent it, and he didn't mention her, but it was just as ugly. It made her look like she was the dumber than Brewery.
Yeah,
It was ugly. It was ugly
yeah.
if
They
you
were
want to look at
really.
that.
So we got a sense that this kind of bullying attitude is going. It's not just directed at the Lucy Letby. It's going across into other disciplines, like like this lady. It's going in all different directions, isn't it? Really, there and then you've got Susan Gilby who takes over, who also she leaves on account of bullying, and she gets a payout of about £1.5 million.
But didn't she though? Like Ravi came into her. Oh God, he's such a man child. Didn't he go up to her and he started crying within 5 minutes? She believed to
Oh, she's
the
on board.
sister.
Yes, she was totally on board. As far
Yeah,
as
I
I'm
mean he's
aware,
such
she
a
was
man
totally
child.
on board with the
Yeah,
story. Yeah,
yeah.
she's come in there and said like, I'm with these guys. I'm with the gang basically. I'm with the gang. I'm on board with all this now. So we've got that there. Oh, Lily Unicorn says, yeah, just some of the pediatricians probably don't have the knowledge or
They may
experience.
not be even
They
pediatricians.
might not even be them. Yeah,
I
that's the
mean,
point.
they can a trust can call you a pediatrician.
They can call it. You can
They
be
can call
calling
you a
it.
pediatrician. That doesn't mean that you went and did the actual certification. Now it's legal. It's absolutely illegal. There is
Yeah,
nothing a trust can do that. But you got to
yeah,
prove again if you want to say you're RC PCH and that's you want that. You have to pass their tests. So we don't know if Brewery and Jerem do. Now another way
yeah,
to get it too, and there could be some people that have just been so good, wonderful, have done the papers and done this and that. They don't need to go, and their clinical skills are so good. They've done whatever they needed to do, so they don't need to take those tests or do that to get that, and that's fine. So they've
yeah.
done
Sure.
it outside the thing. But do you think Brewery and Jerem had what it takes to be that? No.
It's very worrying, isn't it? And it just makes you wonder what they're doing now, what they're thinking now. Are they kind of keeping their heads down and not kind of getting involved in anything contentious, or just trying to get on with life? It's hard to know, isn't it?
I don't know.
It's
I
hard to
just
know.
think if once they pull the scab off of this with Lucy Leppi, it's just going to show what's really going on in the NHS.
Yes, that's right. Melanistic Marble says, I'm checking out my OB guy. That's the
Yeah, and that would be FROG, something like that. It was, yeah,
standby.
yeah.
Neither does the NMC or GPHC. NMC,
Now,
I know.
another thing I found, and
GPHC, I'm not sure what
yeah,
it is.
that I found, and I don't want these people outed, okay? They're
Yeah,
innocent, and if we out them, they could be the next Lucy Leppies.
yeah, we
There
don't
were
want them.
two research nurses. There were pediatric research and child research nurses and one research assistant at the Countess of Chester.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, really, that's right. And
Yeah.
just thanks for coming on, Jonathan. Lovely to see you. I hope you're
Hi,
doing
how are
well,
you?
and welcome to the stream. And
Fantastic.
nice to see you there. Yes. How are
So
you?
yeah,
You
you've
doing?
been included in some of our chats this week, haven't you? With some of the
Yes,
big
I've
guys,
heard
haven't you?
some of that because Jonathan wrote a letter, didn't you, Jonathan? Well, you can tell it. But you wrote a letter to the Thurwell inquiry, didn't you?
So while it was going on, I absolutely despised the Thurwell inquiry. I just couldn't stand seeing Lucy being ripped to shreds again. But now it's closed. I just keep writing to them and writing really, really forceful letters. And I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit boastful, but I mean, I do think they've had to listen, because I've just said to them, look, your inquiry has actually exonerated Lucy. There's more. I said to her that essentially, I said essentially, David Davis used masses of Thurwell stuff in his speech. In fact, Chris's book is about 60% of it is Thurwell. And I just said to her, Lady Thurwell, if you write using your original terms of reference that Lucy is guilty, and your inquiry has dredged up absolutely incredible evidence that she's completely innocent, then you are going to look ridiculous. And I actually put that. I put in my letter, it's going to cause you devastational reputational damage. And it's very interesting, because I mean, when you think back at the end of last year, they said we will be doing an update in February and we will be publishing by Easter. And then in February we got this rather silly little note saying, "Oh yes, we're going to in February they said we'll update you by Easter." And then of course we just had a couple of days ago a note saying we're going to publish sometime when Parliament is sitting, and absolutely no indication whatsoever when they're going to publish. So I think if Thurwell doesn't publish, it couldn't be better for Lucy, because I mean, quite clearly, if Thurwell can't publish, then on its original terms, then it says everything, doesn't it? Really.
It does. I mean, it's been framed by some people on Twitter as like who's going to blink first, as it were, or how they're kind of reliant on each other to. Well, is it possible? Is it viable for Thurwell to publish before the CCRC decide or are told which way to go?
But the interesting thing is, they're not. They just keep saying, "Oh well, we're planning to publish very soon." They're not saying they're not going to publish, but I can't see how they can. They won't publish. I just don't think they will publish. I think they're just going to continue to procrastinate, and the longer they procrastinate, the better, really, because.
Do you think then, Jonathan and Jenny and everyone in the chat, that Thurwell, is it possible that they may not publish ever? Then they may not ever publish.
Well, if they go, the terms of reference were quite, when she's talked about noise and all this, and was very critical of anyone who said that she was not guilty. That the original terms of reference are very clearly that Lucy is guilty, and that's absolutely not negotiable. And what's happened over the course of the inquiry is that just more and more overwhelming evidence of her innocence has come out. Oh, and the other thing that's really interesting about Thurwell, I don't know whether people are realizing this, but they keep publishing new evidence and putting it on the website, and they're doing this very covertly. That was another thing I wrote to them about. And I don't know if you're aware, but the last one, they published in full the official grievance response. They published in full. I can't remember his name. I think he was a microbiologist. The guy who did the grievance, and they published it in full.
The pharmacist guy, Green.
Yeah.
Is it Green?
That's right, Green. Yeah. And so what is that about? I mean, why would you, if you have a clear terms of reference are that she's guilty, why do that publication was absolute. In fact, it went as far as saying that Jairam and Brewery were going to be referred to the GMC, and that they were bullying and that they were discriminating against Lucy. And it was absolutely damning of Jairam and Brewery. And, you know, why is Thurwell publishing that document when it just supports completely that Lucy must be innocent?
I can only assume that they're doing it hoping nobody kind of notice. It sounds absurd that it's coming in the dribs and drabs at the end. They didn't want it up front and center so that people will say, well, why didn't Judge Goss allow this? This is so pertinent to the situation. And it was obviously a very bad judicial decision to disallow it, because it shows a real motive of that group of doctors to act in the way they did or point the finger.
Yeah, but it completely begs the question: either it was available, because it's been published since 2016, so it's been around for a decade. So either it was available and they didn't publish initially, well, that's appalling, or it's only just come to light. Well, of course, how could it possibly have just come to light when it's been available since 2016? So. And I actually wrote to them and said, why are you publishing this now? Now, of course, at least they got back to me and said, well, we are publishing things that are of relevance to the outcome and the report. That's what they put in the letter. But I mean, he's a very junior guy that I talked to. He's not nobody senior. And I don't think they're going to take it. I don't believe in pushing things when I know I'm not going to get a result. But
yes,
anyway.
Indeed. Jenny, do you have any views on
this? Oh,
yeah.
I think they're putting their fingers to the wind. They know that the winds are shifting and they're trying to save face. They know they can't win. So they're going to drip drab and things like, oh, we put it out. So then they can come back and say, oh, you know what I mean, without saying it.
I know, but if you do that, Jenny, how can you actually publish a report with the original terms of reference? You can't, can you? I mean, how can you possibly?
I'm not a law person. I don't know, but we're talking. The people are getting desperate now. Desperate people, like a cornered rat, are going to do stupid things. You know, they're not gonna do what they're gonna have to. The rats are jumping. Maybe it's the rats are jumping ship, and maybe there's someone in Thurwell. And I bet there are some people with Thurwell that have a conscience. Maybe they're publishing things without the higher ups knowing too, because there were things put on Thurwell that mysteriously came down. I think I bet there's a mole in there.
Well, that is true actually, because I think there were several things that came, very sensitive stuff that were published and then were retracted within a few hours. So there could be some junior people who are putting things out.
I think there are
Lady
Thurwell
doesn't
with
have
a
any
conscience that are. It's amazing. Amazing stuff that anyone can do without when the boss is out of the room.
And there's another thing going on with regard to Thurwell, and this is what Clucy de Oliveira is doing in terms of the communication that she sent to them over a year ago, saying, were you aware of the email from Dr. Jairam saying that Lucy Letby asked you to come in to see baby K? Did you have that before the retrial, or did you not have it? And she's being stonewalled. She was stonewalled over a year ago, and more recently she's asked again. She said, I asked you this a year ago, and they're doing the same thing. They've given her the same response and saying, well, while it's still ongoing, we can't engage with you about this in so many words, which is very odd in itself, because if it came out that they had access to that email before the retrial, that's a big problem for them, Although the potential they've got is to say, yes, we had a huge document dump from the hospital. We had it there in our system, but we didn't know we had it, as it were. Yes, we had it, but we didn't know its import.
That alone. I mean, obviously, I'm an expert witness, and I have a lot of dealings with law. But that is not a good enough excuse for somebody to be given a whole life sentence for attempted murder,
No,
is it?
not
So,
no.
there was we didn't have enough time to go through the documents thoroughly enough. Although the retrial was 10 months later. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And it was only one baby, and the facts of that case were minuscule compared to all the 17 other in the first trial. It's just utterly ridiculous.
And there's the secondary factor that once it was established that the police became aware of it and the CPS became aware of it, Thurwell's still going on, and it didn't form part of the interaction between the barristers and any of the witnesses about it. In other words, even when they explicitly knew of its existence, they didn't want to go there with it. They pretended as though it wasn't there, which is a problem, really, as well. But it's very odd, isn't it? So we've got different comments coming in as well. I'm a bit behind with those. Parents are desperate for ADHD and ASD assessments. A lot are paying privately. Right. So that's chariots. Oh, yeah, and we've got the thing with it. Amanda Knox is doing some amazing stuff as well.
Great American. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm really pleased. And she was interviewed by a chap called Andrew Gold, who's got a very large YouTube channel, and that was hitting well over 100,000 views very quickly.
And she came across lovely. Just wonderful.
Did you watch that, Jenny?
Yeah, she did.
With Andrew Gold, yeah.
Yeah, she came. She's been through. In fact, once everything is said and done, and Lucy's out, I'm assuming she's going to be there for her, because she's been through so much herself too, and she'd be able to guide Lucy and stuff. So it just makes me a fellow American proud.
Yes, absolutely.
But I mean, she was on Good Morning Britain, of course, which must have several million people watching it. So I mean, she did a 10 minute slot on that, and she's done. In fact, I'm just this minute looking at another interview she did with Channel 4. So I mean, she's good on her. She's come to Britain and really spending her time well, doing a lot of interviews.
Well, and the reason she's in Britain was for a wedding.
That's right.
Or a relative or something. So she just happened to be there. So why not? You know?
Yeah, I think it's her first time in the UK, I believe, and she's got this documentary coming out. I think like something to do with a wolf or something, where she meets the prosecutor from Italy. I can't remember his name. Magnini, I think his name is, and I've seen a trailer for it. But she's also got that her husband's like a documentary maker as well, or they've made it together. Facing the Wolf or something like that is, or Meeting the Wolf. So I think that's an amazing help that Amanda Knox is doing there. I mean, there's a few detractors, but overwhelmingly people are saying this is really, really helpful, and I think it is as well.
Yeah, no, she's great.
So
going from the
Sorry, go ahead, please.
No. Do read some comments, actually, because it's important that you read.
Trevor Chappell says Breary did not even understand the significance of McBurney's point. Astonishing ignorance for a surgeon, and raises major questions over his competence and background.
I don't even think he knows his right from his left. That's my opinion.
Yes, and something that Dr. Martin Pittman has said, that he had the machine. The ultrasound machine, he had it all to hand
because he was doing an echo on the kid, I think.
Yeah, and he said it was all there to do, and it was a simple thing to do, and why didn't he do it, basically?
And why didn't he give him, when he saw the hemoglobin went kabowie, just blood? There's O negative blood they have that you can run and get. They have to have O negative blood available at all times in the maternity department too. I mean, because a woman can just bleed out or whatever. And so they have access to the O negative blood, because that's one of those universal donor things that you can give in an emergency situation, anyone can get it.
Okay.
Just give this kid 10 cc's of blood. They didn't even do that.
They didn't even do that. That's another thing that Dr. Pittman.
And it wouldn't have been that much blood. It wouldn't have been like we would have wasted a unit of blood or whatever, because O negative is a special blood. Just 10 cc's, just something, it's amazing.
It's all going to come to pass in the future that's going to be the substance of a medical negligence case, isn't it? Undoubtedly. once Lucy Letby is exonerated, of course.
If, yeah.
It's got to be
Yeah.
Operation Merlin Falcons in the house. Hello,
Oh,
OMF. Hi,
fellow
Cherry
American.
Cupcake.
Mhm.
And sorry if I've not said hello to everyone. But hi, Next Realm. So OMF is here as well. And we were talking about, Jonathan, we were talking about David Semple, who's got this legal background from Swansea, and he's in a kind of management position, isn't he, Jenny? So we've
Yeah,
got
higher
different
than
strands of influence going on
McCormack.
here.
So who is he? Tell me about him. I don't know anything about him. Who is he?
He's an OBGYN trained, and then he was trained initially in Scotland, did whatever he needed to do with OBGYN, and then he went and got himself a law degree from University of Swansea, and he completed that in 2006. Now he was put in, they divided the counties of Chester into two different divisions. One was planned, which would have been the surgical, outpatient, the planned stuff, and the other was the urgent, which would have been the medical, A&E, and pediatrics. And labor and delivery was on the plan, so he was like ahead of that department too, and he was just directly underneath all the executives, whatever the executives were. And I think he was head.
Right.
He might have been director of medicine too over that whole half, the head of the doctors, I think. But he definitely had quality and risk, and he would have known, Mark. He would be the one to have been able to give you these figures on the stillbirth that you've been trying so hard to get. Oh, yeah, you know what? You should have just gone straight to David Semple. Why did you even bother all this? Just take a train to Chester and knock on his door. He would have been able to give them to you.
Well,
Yeah.
it might be that if they provided a restatement of the stillbirth date, it might be the same as the 2018 FOI. But I just wanted it confirmed. I want it to be confirmed. But Topsy Turvy says, did Susie Holt work at Clare House?
She is. No, she's not. She is.
She is. Yeah.
She is.
It's a children's hospice.
It's a beautiful children's hospital. She does both. She does palliative care at Alder Hay, and she is the medical director at Clare House, or she is at the last magazine, or they put out, magazines.
Yeah. Yeah, you found that magazine.
I was able to find her in 2025. So
this is an interesting site. Another point from OMF here. Do you think, Mark? And everyone in the chat and everyone here, Jonathan and Jenny, do you think that the junior doctors' strike in 2015, 2016 caused issues at the COCH? We were talking about Dr. Jayaram earlier, and there is a clip of him talking about the junior doctors' strike around that period of time as well, and being in support of it. So that's interesting. Thank you, OMF, for bringing that up.
I can tell you the doctor, is it Bawagawa, that poor registrar she was put on trial in, was it 2015? The one about the kid that had Down syndrome and ended up dying because he's septic, and she was thrown manslaughter. I think she's from like Nigeria or something, or
Right.
Is it Bawagawa? Anyhow, just an FYI, I knew about that case because that made big news here in the medical community in the United States, and doctors from the United States were backing her.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, backing her big time. American doctors. There was a top YouTuber, medical doctor guy, great doctor, Z-Dog. He does great videos and stuff like that too. He had a nutty over this. Like, no, I mean, this was wrong.
Yeah.
So it was huge American back. So there's no way they could have thrown Hawkness under the bus, because if American doctors were going to back her, they would have backed, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stuff. And the American doctors were mad at the consultant and the NHS too. The consultant and the NHS, it was a big deal. I remember because I followed stuff like that too. So that made the news big time in America, among the medical community.
Interesting.
So have we discussed the issue of Chief Inspector Roberts' response to David Davis, which I think is absolutely
No,
incredible.
we haven't specifically this evening, but it's very significant, isn't it? What's your take on that?
Oh, I think it's incredible. I mean, what I said at the time is either he thinks we're stupid or he's very stupid. I mean, how you can possibly think that David Davis is going to go to Parliament? I mean, it is quite obvious that his speeches, both the first and the second, he knew he had half an hour and he planned every word, every second, and every single fact was completely and totally double-checked, fact-checked. He didn't go, there was nothing that was contentious whatsoever. And how Chief Inspector Roberts can question and say that he needs to he must go back to Parliament and correct the misinformation. That's the word he used, misinformation. I mean, it's just beyond belief, isn't it?
Yes, it was a charge of misleading Parliament, which is quite
yes,
serious.
Exactly, yeah.
So, and it's odd, isn't it? Because it can't work for them to say that. It's just a I don't know.
An own goal, isn't it? I mean, yet again, another own goal.
An own goal, yeah. And then we come to the issue. Before I was going to come to the next bit about the recent arrest. So just to go into what Operation Merlin Falcon's saying here. Do we know much about the junior doctor strike in 2015-16? One could suppose that it could have had an effect on the availability of junior doctors at the counties of Chester and other hospitals as well, of course. So it could have had an impact, couldn't it? But how do we how could we begin to measure that? I suppose it's just another factor of what was going on at the time, really.
It sounds like it was a perfect storm with the Welsh hospitals.
Storm, yeah, it's
and I think the Welsh hospitals put such a strain on that, on the system. Something had to give.
That's absolutely right. Going back to the North Wales hospitals, when they cut off interaction with me was when I was asking them during the closures of the hospitals. Well, I was asking them what were the precise nature of the closures. Were they fully closed to new patients, or were they closed per se totally? And what happened to the babies that would normally have been treated at Glen, Clwyd and Maylor Hospital? Where did they go? And it was as a result of that questioning that the shutters came down, because there's a political element to that, particularly to do with NHS Wales, about how they, to what degree they want to reveal that, really, I think, retrospectively. But I don't know Jonathan, what you might think about that in terms of how the NHS works, perhaps in relation to like NHS Wales, because there's all kinds of interactions going on.
Well, the thing about obstetrics is that it is also sudden, and suddenly if there's an influx of new births, or they've got a unit shuts, then basically they just send any mother to any hospital. They don't, and of course mothers can go to any hospital if they can't go to Wales. They'll Chester's nearby, and so I think as you say, it's a major problem if a maternity unit shuts or isn't or has limited capacity, because you just have to take whatever comes, and it can be really difficult, very difficult.
And births, it's either you have a lot of births or you don't have a lot of births. I mean, it comes in waves.
That's right.
The deliveries come in waves.
It comes in waves.
You don't have many. Yeah.
It comes in waves, and
it's not steady at all.
Just as a reprise of the data that I received, there's in the indictment period, we've got an extra 120 births from mothers who reside in Wales giving birth at counties of Chester. So they've gone up from 600 to 720 in that 13-month period. It's a 20% increase, which is significant increase in terms of the obstetric, the care, the maternity care there, and then what flows from that into the neonatal unit, isn't it?
So, Mark, did I hear that you've now been banned from doing any freedom of information? Is that right?
Yeah, they sort of branded me. Well, it's this idea that and this probably applied, well, it must apply to us all. We're all part of a campaign And I asked them to review that decision, and they doubled down and they said, yeah, if it's noted that you're part of a campaign to get information as a group, as it were, then it can overburden an institution. That's their argument. And it just costs them too much bother and too much money to find out the information that's being requested. And so it's one of the tacks that they take to deem your requests vexatious. And they made the distinction between the person being vexatious and the request. So that's where we are with it at the moment.
Are you up now? You've gone from the request. Now you're a person of vexatious.
No, in fact, it kind of the other way around. They kind of said, it's not you that's vexatious, it's the request.
Well, you need to be. I think it would be great if it was you. I think it's a bad.
I'd rather it was me.
Thank you, Mark. You're fighting for us, Mark. Thank you. I just think it's great. I just.
Well, no, and the odd thing was, because they mentioned in the letter the YouTube channel, and they mentioned that people watching, as they indeed are as various people have, Operation Merlin Falcon, Jenny, and other people have suggested FOI requests, and they say we're noticing that's happening, and it's that we're objecting to. So at the moment, it's a complete blockage from Countess of Chester, and it's a block from the Betsy Cadwallader Health Board as well. They've also blocked.
Well, we like you, Mark, even though they don't.
That's lovely, isn't it?
We like you.
I was amongst another chat recently, and we were. Do we know whether Brewery's still working at the count? I mean, I think he's on their books, but I think he's now doing all sorts of different things, isn't he? He's sort of getting involved, trying to make a name for himself, so that when the SHIT hits the fan, then he's sort of
Well, it's the British Association of Perinatal Medicine just released their handbook, February of 2026. It just says, this is what you do when you have a child death. All the stuff you have to do. They have his name on as he's one of the working committee.
Really?
I kid you not. February 2026. I mean, I'm just looking at this, and I show all my nurse friends, and it's fun. No, it's not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun. But it to the point where it's just, we can't help it, just because it's so absurd. It's Monty Python. So Stephen Brewery is part of the working panel of 2026 British Association of Perinatal Medicine on what to do for a child death.
Gosh, yes, it's
they
all going.
Do not. I kept looking for. I went through and said, okay, what does it say about serial killer nurses? Didn't mention anything. So.
Yeah.
That's what he would. I guess he would be, but it said how you're supposed to call the child death panel, and fill out this form and do that, and all the support you're supposed to give the family. The
most recent thing I heard about Ravi Jayaram is that he's doing he's doing pub quizzes. He's the quiz master in pub quizzes, and I saw some photographs of him doing that. But as far as I know, he's still working there. I don't know though. But it just strikes me. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking about all this. We'll never know, will we? We'll never be able to know. I can't imagine that they're thinking it's all going to go away, because it's not going to go away, is it?
It certainly isn't going to go away. In fact, if anything, it's getting
worse,
hotter and hotter and hotter.
It absolutely is, and there's been a major shift, and one of the node points was the New Yorker article, but we're steps ahead of that now, and things like Amanda Knox's involvement takes it to another level as well, because it brings in the whole notion of miscarriages of justice per se, talking about them, and there's a lot of traction from that, and obviously,
and then just an FYI, the first serial killer nurse was not Beverly Allett. It was in Texas.
Is that a guy?
They have four of them now. They have four serial killer nurses in Texas, and they just happen to have he's dead now, a celebrity pathologist. One of these guys, he dug up Lee Harvey Oswald, and he went and did this. One of these TV pathologist. He was into Munchausen by proxy.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Gosh.
And they were all, the first one definitely was, they don't come out and say Munchausen by proxy, but you know what I mean. They insinuate it. So it started here in America. And that pathologist has a connection to another pathologist who has a direct friend and connection to David Southall, who came to Baltimore. And that's when he started all of his Munchausen by proxy, or he followed Ray Meadow. But, you know, that was his first start of proving, you know, he had to prove that mothers were smothering kids.
Yeah.
You know, that was his whole thing. So there's an American connection. And as American, I apologize. And I'm ashamed of my country's involvement in all this. Absolutely ashamed.
But wasn't it what we talked about this on one of the previous streams, that Jane Asher's father was kind of one of the originators?
I think he's the one that came up with the Munchausen by proxy.
Came up with the term, yeah.
John Asher, yeah.
John Asher, related to the Tavistock Institute.
Yeah, he was an endocrinologist and a hematologist. He had nothing to do with psychiatry at all. Yeah.
No, but it's really maintained its power, and the same with shaken baby syndrome. That's still being that's
big moneymaker here in the United States.
Yeah.
The American Academy of Pediatrics was the one, and it's I don't have a lot of good things to say about them. They're our version of the Royal Academy of RCPCH, and they have now, even though it's still a moneymaker for those guys, and they were the ones that started it, and they were the ones that did the whole tryout of shaken baby syndrome and did all that other stuff and did it. They've changed it now. It's not, you know, it's a name to me. You know how like Munchausen by proxy is factitious, whatever. They've changed to that and stuff to make it a little more palatable, even though it's been proven. Now there's several states now here in New Jersey, a lot of states in here in the United States are saying no, you cannot bring anyone with shaken baby syndrome.
Really? Gosh.
Yeah.
So
they're stopping it. They're stopping it. It's like state by state by state. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think Dr. Wayne Squire was saying in the interview with Chris that in cases in Britain, they need to find people from Canada, from America, from Australia, or other places, because people in Britain won't act for the defence. It's still there's still a lot of true believers in it, you know.
Well, the science is not there.
And
you know, Louise Woodward, what we did in Boston to Louise Woodward, shame on us.
Yeah, I wonder where she is. Well, I wonder where she is now. She'd be in her 50s now, wouldn't she, Louise?
Yeah, and I think she lives in the Chester-ish area.
Does she? Yeah, she was from the north. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And what we did to her, but you know what? It was an American judge. After she was found guilty, he said he knew it was wrong, but he couldn't like change the verdict or anything like that. So what he did was say, so when he gave her whatever judgment was, he says, okay, time served, you can leave, here's your passport. And it was a way to get her out, and she was gone within 24 hours.
That was the way to do it.
Judge, it was the exact opposite of Judge Goss, because he knew it was wrong, but again, you know, legally he could only do something. So he just said, okay, because she had spent time in jail prior to
waiting for the
trial. He says, okay, I sentenced you to time served. Here's your passport.
Yeah, and
then that was her way of getting out. He got in big. Oh my God, the public here in America are mad because we all thought she did it. She was evil, and he took a beating for that, but he did the right thing. So I'm proud that there was a judge that did that.
So Mark, I've just looked at some questions on the chat.
Oh,
and one of the questions is about writing to Thurwell, and they ask if we should do template letters. It's very, very easy to write to Thurwell. You can just email them. So I would just recommend anyone to write to Thurwell, because at the moment I think I'm about the only person that ever writes to them. I don't think there's anybody else at all. Well, I think the more pressure. I'm thinking about it. The more pressure. If lots of people wrote, and the other thing that's going to happen is it's going to be procrastinated on and on and on. And I think we should say, well, look, you either put up or shut up. You know, either you report or you don't report, because it's still open, the inquiry. I mean, how can they justify? Already there's been an enormous delay, and if it delays for another few months. I mean, this is a public inquiry at public expense. Lady Thurwell's already earned at least £500,000. We know that. And how can they justify keeping an inquiry open without any justification? So, yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great if people could write to the Thurwell inquiry, and absolutely. And the more questions, the better, and the more difficult questions, the better, really.
It would be. They can't say it. They can't say it. They dare not say explicitly why they keep postponing it, can they? They can't say it. But we can infer from their postponing that it's because the CCRC are. I don't know how it's going to interface really, and whether, because I think behind the scenes this is being spoken about, and they're trying to think, well, how do we get out of this with damage limitation? I mean, when I say they, I suppose I'm talking about the government essentially, or what purports to be the government. But if that is the case, something that Chief Constable Roberts making that statement doesn't fit alongside that, because that just seems to be just kind of a blocking move that can't work. And as you said, Jonathan, earlier, that Sir David Davis isn't going to say, oh yes, I was wrong about everything I said, I misled you, I'm sorry about that, I won't do it again, because he was right about everything. He was right about everything, and he's got the receipts for it all. So it's just,
I mean, it's at every level. So Cheshire Police are absolutely hunkering down and making fools of themselves because they simply can't respond to the evidence that is now absolutely patently obvious. And Thurwell can't. They can't bring themselves to admit that, sadly, their own inquiry has done more to exonerate Lucy Letby than anybody else at all. In fact, say Chris Morris, who I'm in touch with a lot, you know, he's used his book's coming out, by the way, in the 7th of July. Chris, just to let everyone know,
yes, great, isn't it?
Chris Morris's book, 7th of July, and he, you know, 60% of it is Thurwell. 60% of his book is Thurwell. So,
yeah.
I mean,
do we think that Thurwell, the idea of Thurwell, despite what Lady Thurwell said about noise, that they didn't know that it would be as revelatory as it has been in terms of Lucy Letby's innocence, really?
When she started, she didn't want anything. She didn't even want the issue of Lucy Letby's innocence or guilt to be even come up. That was a foregone conclusion that had already been. She actually said it in her statement. She said, you know, this has been through the two trials. It's been through the Court of Appeal. How dare anybody question the verdicts? And of course, extraordinarily, evidence is evidence. If evidence is there and it's uncovered properly, then it's there. And she's done a great deal of good for us now. I mean, I as I say, from being somebody who absolutely couldn't bear to look at Thurwell, I just think it's done more good for Lucy than anything really.
It has.
It's been fantastic.
It has kind of sort of I suppose you could say unintentionally, but it's just that, well, one would hope that the inquiry should have been an open inquiry into what happened, and then things have fallen out of it that don't make sense and that aren't in alignment with the official story, should we put it like that. So they become hostage to fortune with what falls out of the inquiry itself. And
and I kind of look at, I've been looking at stuff that is blatantly not in Thurwell, such as the research that was going on in the thing, such as you don't see obstetrics. So there's what is not said is just as loud as what is said, in my opinion, too.
That's true.
How did you think I found David Semple? I was like, I found a woman obstetrician who had to go to the coroner inquest or whatever, or make a statement to the coroner. I don't know what was ever with baby D. I found her name. Oh, right. Victoria Finney. She had something to do with baby D's mom's care, and had to make some sort of had to talk to the coroner about it.
Can I ask because this is something I've asked the police recently. I've not heard anything back yet, but do we know whether the police had sight of any of the obstetrics or maternity notes of any of the babies? Do we know that?
I don't think so, because the thing is, they never had an obstetric expert, and they wouldn't bother to get all the obstetric notes unless they had an obstetric expert. So I don't think they ever looked at them at all.
No, and didn't Dewey say in that leak? Did you see the leaked
Yes,
document?
he explicitly pushed
specifically
them
said, "No,
away
you
from.
don't need an obstetrician."
Sorry, Jenny, you're absolutely right. Yeah, he explicitly not forbade them, but he moved them away from the idea of that being
Or an infectious disease doctor.
Or an infectious disease doctor.
But I mean, Steve Watts has been just incredible, hasn't he? He's just an absolute revelation. And for him to say that absolutely at the heart of it and right at the beginning, this should never have been dealt with by Cheshire Police, because he wrote the sort of handbook about medical deaths in the medical context. And he was saying that it should have just been immediately referred to this special unit in London. And I mean, I can't believe how Operation Hummingbird ever came into being and how it got all this funding. I mean, this is just complete incompetence. I mean, somebody very early on should have just said, look, this isn't something for Cheshire Police. You can't get a huge, great, vast amount of money paid into this ridiculous Operation Hummingbird. It should just go down to London and be dealt with by the National Police Service. And so even fundamental, but even somebody like Judge Goss should have realised that. I mean, he should have. It makes the trial even more farcical than it already is, because that one fact is so essential to the whole. But I mean, actually, I mean, Lucy's defence team should have known this. I mean, why didn't they just say, look, this has been completely wrongly handled from the start?
I have a question though.
Yeah.
Isn't Liverpool closer than Manchester? So why was the trial in Manchester, not Liverpool? Because I looked at the Liverpool court, and it looks like it can handle it. And I've looked at some of the cases that Liverpool courts handle too, and they were pretty intense too. So why was it in Manchester instead of Liverpool?
I've no idea. I mean, I think it's probably court time, and it's all about where they can take a trial that's going to last for 10 months.
Or do you think it could be the easier judge or easier, you know what I mean? Could it be does the judge, Goss, does he go to Liverpool? Or does he only go to Manchester? Where do these judges go?
That's right.
You know what I mean? It would have been a better verdict in Manchester versus Liverpool. That's how we do it in America. They find the court.
Well, it's down to the jury in the end anyway. So I mean, it's
but still with the judge too. I mean, I can tell you how they do it in America.
That's great. Welcoming Tony to the program, or the stage, as it were. And nice to see you, Tony. How are you?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming through beautifully clearly. I think there's a little bit of interference. I don't know, but I think we're okay now. Hopefully.
I've got the speaker behind. Is it just me?
Yeah.
They else end up propping up the camera with the butterish and things like that.
It's a little bit low on the volume. Can you be a bit?
Yeah, I'm trying to talk a bit louder. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
If you get up here a little bit, I'm not sure how that works on your side.
I don't know if you can turn the volume on this side. If I just talk a bit, I'll try.
Yeah, we can hear you. I think we can hear you.
I tried it on my phone, but I'll try it on the iPad. So I'll go off and come back again. Okay.
Yeah, that's great. It'd be lovely to see you. Great to see you, Tony. Yeah, see you in a minute if you come back on the phone or the iPad.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take. Tony's going to come back in a second. So, yeah, just a point on that. This idea of the kind of localism is that, like you say, Jonathan, they didn't use the right investigatory team, but that was also replicated in the CPS team that they sent the files to, as it were, and that was the wrong team as well, wasn't it? That went to the wrong team. That went to a local northern sort of parochial CPS team, as opposed to the one that it should have done based on the number of suspected crimes, as it were.
Yeah.
So there's that going on as well. Tony, I don't know if you're back in the room, as it were.
No.
Or you're quite clear there at the moment. We haven't got
I got to say.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really weird. I can't actually see any of you, but I was only really joining to say hello to yourself and Jonathan and
Jenny and everyone.
Jenny,
so, but
sorry,
yeah,
yes.
you're coming through really clearly now.
Oh, too clear now.
We can't see you, but
well,
the audio. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was really just agreeing with everything you were saying, as always, and yeah, that I was interested about Jonathan's letters to the Thurwell, and I hear what Jonathan's saying about it's easy to write, but I think a lot of people mean to do these things, but they don't get around to it. And I think I know in myself in the past, if someone sends me a template and all I've got to do is stick my name and address on the top of it, I'll fire that off. That was all we were thinking. I think if there's some way of doing, What do you think? I don't know. And we can forward those on as well to other groups.
Yeah, I mean that could definitely work. And there was I think there was I can't remember who said it now, but somebody said about doing a template letter to MPs as well.
Yeah, I think that again. That was that what's the name now?
Top Quokka. Was it Top Quokka?
Was that voice is? There's a lag.
Oh, is there a bit of a lag? You might need to turn off the YouTube element.
Yeah, I think you have to turn off the YouTube.
Yeah. Right. The girls in charge of the technical side of things.
It's the technical. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll sort it out. But it could be the old YouTube thing. Oh, hi Simone. You're there as well. Lovely to see you.
Hi.
I'm just
trying to sort out the iPad, so we'll
I'm sure
minutes.
you. I'm just gonna disappear for a moment. Please carry on.
Okay.
Be back in a moment.
No, I've written to my MP actually, and I actually got it took about 4 weeks, but I did get a reply, and he sort of said he'll bear it in mind. But I'm hoping to go down to I'll be in London sometime, so I might meet him there or meet him up here. So I mean it is quite good if you. I thought I was quite successful because I wrote very passionately why I believe Lucy's innocent and why I just said that this is such an enormous miscarriage of justice and has such incredible, profound implications for nursing recruitment and everything else. And I just tried to explain that to him, and that seemed to resonate with him, and that's why I probably got a response. But I don't know, it's always difficult if you get a template letter and you get lots of them, whether you take them as seriously as if you get a sort of personal letter which sort of explains why you're so passionate about something. But I don't know, I agree that the convenience of just sending a letter easily is obviously means that you get around to it.
I can give you the American version of doing this.
I don't think we can hear you. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Is your sound wrong? Jenny, I can't hear you.
Oh. iPad. Uh-oh. You can't hear me now?
I can't hear you at the moment.
Oh, no. Oh, darn. I didn't touch it. I wonder what one. I'm going to go out and then come back in. So. So I can hear you guys. Oh, that's weird.
Is it? Okay, sorry, maybe.
Can you hear me now? Oh.
People in the chat are saying that the sound's okay. I can't hear you, Jenny, I'm afraid.
Okay. I was going to give you the American version of a protest. Us Americans do things a little differently. You all know what the Boston Tea Party was, right? It was our back in the 1700s. It was our. They smashed all that tea and threw it into the river when we're mad at something, And there was something going on with about 10 years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago with the government. People were all mad about it. So they just put a tea bag in an envelope and mailed it to them. And they got inundated with thousands of letters with tea bags in it.
Ah,
I mean,
brilliant.
that's the American way. I mean,
That's
we don't do nice things here. So I don't know, what is your version of the tea bags? Like a Boston Tea Party and stuff. And you guys just mail it through the post to them, and just let it. I mean, there was like federal officials were getting like boatloads of tea bags, just it was just a way to piss them off, that's the American way. So.
I can only think back to a time when somebody sent something quite noxious to an MP. It looked like white. It was quite a noxious white powder. Jonathan might know what it was, but I used to work for the local authority. We used to get thousands of letters, and people who owed us money thought it was funny to put some talcum powder in the letter. So we got thousands of those. It was quite good because every day we had to leave the whole office for a couple of hours. It was quite good in the summer. But that's the only thing I can relate to.
Well, what's the symbol for Lucy? Is it the yellow butterfly or something? Or
yeah. On a more serious note, I guess.
10, 15 years ago with the something that doesn't look, they make it look like cocaine or anthrax or whatever. And just, big yellow. There's got to be a symbol for what's the symbol of freedom or something like that.
That's right. I think we're getting a little bit of the old feedback thing. Not feedback. I think somebody's got the YouTube on. Is it me? I don't think it's me. But because it comes through as a doubling thing. I think Jonathan. Is anyone kind of playing the YouTube thing? Because then we get the
I'm
doubling.
Yeah.
No, you're not. It could be. Is it? I'll try to. Yeah, it's kind of a lag, isn't it? We're hearing the past. We're hearing the past go through. But how do we stop that? I don't know. I think it was Jonathan. Yeah. So I don't know if Jonathan's coming back. I'm gonna add Jonathan again to the stage. That's what it's. Yeah, I'm not sure where Jonathan is at the moment, so I'm just going to remove Jonathan at the moment until he's back, as it were, because it's gone black. So where were we? I'm sorry I had to leave you there. I was just sort of a comfort break, as they call it. It's just it's my age, you see. It's my age. But really, one thing we haven't discussed so far this evening is the arrest. The arrest of one of the managers.
Who do we think it is?
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's I don't know. What do you
guys?
Has
there been any rumors? I can't figure it out.
I mean, perverting the course of justice. It's got to be at least Ravi, hasn't it? At least.
Oh, I thought it was one of the executives.
Well, it's so obvious that the Thurwell inquiry proved him to pervert the course of justice. He lied on the stand, and that's my take on that. But I might be wrong. It's just my opinion.
I wish you were right, Tony, but unfortunately, it's coming under Operation Duet.
Yeah.
So Operation Duet is covering the managers essentially, and
more managers than
those original 3 arrests. So it's going to be, it's likely to be one of those 3, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm a bit, like I said, I've been working so hard recently. I am barely keeping up with everything going on.
It's hard to keep. It's hard to keep up with it, isn't it? It is hard to keep up with it.
So I didn't realise that it was only focused on that. I mean,
yeah, it comes under that. And so Operation Duet, the Cheshire Police have said there's no end to this. We've got no end date to this inquiry. Correct. So basically, as they're trying to get something on the managers, even though I don't think they're going.
Was it a manager or an executive? Because there's a difference.
Well,
did they? They use those terms interchangeably, and there's a difference. A manager would be like Aaron Powell, the head nurse. An executive would be Ian Harvey. So
what I'm going to do is call up one of the reports on it. Arrest of manager, Countess of Chester. Because I think different reports use different terms. Well, they're calling it a senior leader. So the term they're using, senior,
sounds
one
executive.
of the terms is a senior leader.
Who was the guy who said "catch me if you can" when he was in the south of France? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, that rings a bell. They made a film about that, didn't they? Was it with Leonardo DiCaprio or something?
Oh no, but he one of the senior management at the.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. That would be. I
phrase.
think that's Ian Harvey.
Said almost
yeah, I thought
Ian.
Ian Harvey. Sorry, that's not the film.
Was that Ian Harvey? Is it who resigned? Got pushed out and replaced by the other lady. Jenny, you're really up on the management thing.
Yeah, and I'm
been
thinking, didn't they say whoever they arrested, they searched the house too? So it's someone that lives in the area. I thought Ian Harvey moved to France. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the managers, isn't it? But
it's going to be one of the managers, and there's a name being mentioned of a female manager. Oh God, it's gone out of my head.
Oh, it's the HR gal, Sue.
The HR girl.
Hodkins or it's not.
Yeah, Hodkinson or something like.
Yeah.
Oh, I had it on the tip of my tongue before.
She was the head HR person.
Yeah, but I've not seen that confirmed. I put this as a post.
Yeah,
I said,
and I haven't seen it confirmed either.
I've not seen it formally confirmed that she was one of those three. The three original arrests from 2025. Yeah. You know, so.
God, if they would have Karen Reese was Karen Reese the head of the nursing? Was she the top nurse?
No, I mean Arian Powell was the head of nursing
of the unit, but who was the top nurse in the whole hospital? Was that Karen Reese?
No, I don't think it was Karen Reese. I think it was Arian Powell.
Well, Arian Powell was head of the unit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought she was head nurse of the unit.
There's so many names now, and
yeah.
because of the time
lag. The head nurse, like Karen Reese, there would be a reason for every nurse in the NHS to strike.
I'm going to find out.
I know that would happen in America. I can guarantee you that would have happened in America. There would be strikes from nurses would do it.
Her name is Kelly, isn't it? Something Kelly.
Alison Kelly.
Alison Kelly. Thank you.
Kelly. Okay.
Alison Kelly. That's right. So you got Arian Powell. You got Karen Reese.
Karen Reese. I think there's one. Yeah, there's a few. There's
Arian Powell. It was Alison Kelly, but
yeah.
Hodkinson. Is that the name of the lady?
Yeah, something like that. Hodkinson, Sue Hodkinson. She was.
Sue Hodkinson.
Call it HR anymore, but
that's the one. That's the name.
But if we go further and we think about what's going to happen, if they do press charges and it goes to court, it's just going to open an absolute can of worms. So it can only benefit Lucy. I mean, if anything that Cheshire Police would be best to walk away now, because anything they do is just going to undermine the original trial. Surely, isn't it?
I agree. I agree. I think everything they do will backfire on them. Anything they'll try to do will backfire on them. Like sending the full file to the CPS that was rejected. That was a disaster for them, wasn't it? Really.
But then again, anything they're doing also helps stall anything. They'll say, well, we can't deal with this until we've dealt with that, like they did with the Baby K case. It almost seems planned, doesn't it, the way they did that? I mean, there was a not guilty verdict. Well, they couldn't decide on it, and then they got it going, and then they couldn't report on anything till that was all dealt with. It's so clever how they deal with it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Jonathan. Would it help them stall things? Or
I'm not sure. There's a bit of a debate about that on Twitter at the moment as to whether this arrest will stop any reporting, but because it's about the management, as it were, I don't think it would stop any reporting vis-a-vis Lucy Letby. I can't see how it would do it as a whole. I hope not. Anyway.
I don't think it can, because the whole thing about Lucy is everything is now, in their eyes, is completely sorted. So I don't think they can put any reporting restrictions about her. But of course, you know, if whoever the manager is, if they're a defendant, they would put up a very, very strong case in their defence, and they can bring up a lot of stuff that's now out in the open, which wasn't open at the time of the original Lucy Letby trial, which then, of course, opens up the safeness of her of the verdict. So I mean, it can do nothing but really make it difficult for Cheshire Police. I can't see it makes it easier for them in any way.
So that kind of begs the question: why are they doing it then? Why would they do it? What's their thinking? What's their strategy by doing this?
They have Paul Hughes in the lead, Mark.
I think, well,
thinking Paul Hughes, you can't use that in the same thinking Paul Hughes.
I know. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I don't think Paul Hughes is calling the shots here.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think.
They're acting as if he is.
Yeah, they probably will end up saying, "Well, it's down to him." You know, any mistakes in the. But he would have had oversight from who? Who's this guy Blackwell? You know, is Blackwell still working for?
Well, I think Blackwell wasn't a senior. Paul Hughes was the senior guy, wasn't he? I mean, Blackwell was below him, wasn't he, or not?
Well, I thought Blackwell was at least the equivalent rank, but maybe he was. I'm not sure of the structure, to be honest. I can't. I'm not sure, but Blackwell is there on the Netflix. He's there in that film, isn't he? He takes part, and he's also linked with the murders from the 1990s in the Wilmslow area. Blackwell is as well.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, he's linked to that as well.
Oh,
I believe so. I believe he is. Yeah.
Was he Stephanie's boss?
I'm not sure exactly what the relationship is, but there's a connection there that's to do with those cases that were closed as murder suicides as opposed to double murders, two lots of double murders. So that's another strand that's not going to go away either. I don't think. It's extraordinary that and Guy Rowland's 2-part film has been amazing with regard to that as well, but bringing the two elements together there. Yeah.
But I mean, when you think, I mean, I know Netflix is now 2 months old, but I mean, what did Cheshire Police think they were going to achieve by doing such an intrusive interview? But also that, of course, the commercial. I mean, Netflix is a big organization, which, you know, they were going to be opening themselves to commercial. What was the commercial interests? They say they didn't get paid anything, but I mean, for goodness sake, I mean, they're not going to provide all that information for nothing. I mean, again, Netflix just created so many questions which were so totally unnecessary. I mean, I don't know what they thought they were going to achieve, apart from a sort of very, very explosive and sensationalist documentary. But who was that going to put them in good light? I don't know. Just amazing, really.
It's funny, isn't it, how they use Little and that for their media, you know, go-to people. The whole, you make you wonder how much they were involved in advising them on this sort of thing. I mean, they were going to them during the trial, weren't they, for training on how to speak to the media. You know.
Yes, they were.
Where the ideas came from.
They were, and when Chief Constable Roberts wants to talk about what Sir David Davis is doing, he goes, the mouthpiece, the media mouthpiece, is Liz Hull. So there's a very odd relationship there between Liz Hull, Caroline Cheetham, the media factory, which changed its name to something else. And all the payments there for courses. It was allegedly for courses for media training.
Well, they didn't teach Danielle Stoner how to correctly put on all those eyelashes. I'm just sorry.
Eyelashes.
When I was watching that, I kept screaming, "Girl, take them off! Take the eyelashes off!" Whoever, and she had like, and I guess as a woman I do that, and she had like an inch of foundation on too. I mean, come on, girl. No.
Somebody
It made her look white trash.
Somebody on Twitter did like a kind of a, I don't know, they did it through AI or something, and they did these eyelashes that were just like even more, and it was
they
just
look like, and we have this invasion here where in my hillbilly state of these woolly caterpillars that are destroying all these trees. I'm just waiting for those things to crawl like the woolly caterpillars that I see on these trees that are destroying them. I mean, what was she thinking? You know,
maybe
it just made her look. People that do that here in America are not people with an IQ. I'm sorry. That is like that here in America. When you have that, that is like, you just know when you see that on a woman. Oh, you just know.
Are we kind of saying here that it's the eyelashes were the SIO of the operation? Possibly they were running the show. Possibly. I mean, they could have done.
Remember how serious she looked? Like she was, you know, doing brain surgery. I was like, she couldn't see through her eyelashes. That was the serious. I just could not get over the woolly caterpillar thing. I just looked at that whole thing as
all designed to distract you from what's being said, I reckon.
and then I'm looking outside the windows, you know, outside, peering through the blinds, you know, as the sun is coming up. It made them look like they were spent all night there and stuff too. It's like, I just thought it kept going back to, I think, thinking, why didn't they do this in black and white like a film noir from the 1950s, like a, you know, Humphrey Bogart, Maltese Falcon is what they tried to make it look like, except they just didn't do it in black and white.
There was a fantastic video that Jabe did, who did it she did it in the film noir genre.
Film noir,
she really nailed it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy, isn't it? And but one of the worst things about Danielle Stoney, I think it's her that had the dual role as she's both counselling the families, a family liaison person, and also investigating at the same time.
Yeah, so, and I can tell you why. As a woman, we know how to communicate much better than you men. So we know how to, shall we say, make the families convinced that there truly is a serial killer. That's why she was there. To butter up the families and make them do. And exactly, Susie Holt, even though she didn't say much at that police thing with Jerem and Brewery, she knows how to communicate. Was it Wenham that was there? Wenham with certain facial things. I know how to do. Us women are masters at it. We have to be. And plus, we also can read faces better. We have to read the face of a baby to make sure that baby, you know, has subtle signs and stuff like that. So we are so much better at communicating too, and reading people too. So that there's a reason Susie Holt was involved, and there's a reason Danielle Stoner was involved.
I think that's right, Jenny. So that meeting on the 15th of May, we've got the bare bones of the minutes of it, but that's not the totality of the meeting. That's not the totality.
And you don't see what the verbal's going on. You don't see her shaking her head and looking forlorn to, you know, Ravi and Brewery and saying how wonderful they are and stuff like that too. Communicating to that. And you know, she's youngish, attractive woman. Danielle Stoner's rather attractive.
Well, it worked on Wenham to the extent that he was sold on it by the end of that meeting, and he felt the power of it. He felt the power, emotional power. Yeah. That's what happened. Trevor Chappell says Blackwell was the strategic lead, but the buck stopped with Hughes as the SIO. So thank you, Trevor, for that distinction. Topsy-turvy, has anyone seen the latest Cheshire Police invoices? I wonder if there are more recent payments to the Media Factory. Well, the Media Factory changed its name to something else. There's also been payments to other media outlets. I did another FOI on that one as well. But there are some other people, but weirdly, the other people that they're making payments to have a link with the Media Factory. So it's all very tight and very incestuous. It's very incestuous world up there. Patricia Pregelli says, I have to agree about the eyelashes. Well, yeah, but we're of one mind there. We sorted that out.
You know, it's part of aging as a woman. Come on, guys. You know, it's okay if, you know, You don't have to slap on the stuff. Just be who you are.
Just be who you are. That's what you got to be.
Well,
Talking about Operation
Daniel
Hummingbird.
loves woolly caterpillars. That's what she is. She's trash. She's trash. And I will go out and say she would. We're looking at, when I showed her the pictures of her to my nurse friends, they're all saying, "Why trash?"
You can say that. We can't. I don't think.
Okay, I'm
Guys,
sorry.
I don't think we can say that.
Well, good.
But
I'll be happy to say it for you.
thank you. But sorry, Jonathan, you were going to say something about hummingbird there, weren't
Yeah,
you?
we're talking about the hummingbird invoices. This Paul Clark, who's obviously come out of the woodwork and was obviously the new Dewey Evans for the second lot of cases they were trying to bring.
He wasn't.
I think there was. I'm pretty sure that I've seen that Operation Hummingbird paid him, so he was obviously the official expert witness for the second lot of...
I can, if I may intervene there. Sorry, it's just, I did an FOI on that, and I confirmed that it wasn't that Paul Clark. It's a different person.
Oh, really?
In other words, the payments to AP Clark, not a doctor necessarily, were not related to neonatology and was not related to Operation Hummingbird. And then this Dr. Clark, who works in Norwich or Ipswich area in the southeast, or that area, as a research doctor, he made a big thing about that. So he knows it wasn't him. So it wasn't him that received the payment. No, he was very odd, actually. He's very much in support of people like Deb Roberts and other people, Susan Oliver, or the people that want to say that Lucy Letby's guilty. But he didn't receive the payment. No, because I found that out through the FOI.
Oh God, because it did look as if he had, but oh dear,
it absolutely did, and somebody found out that there was a P Clark from the area that is working in a different sort of discipline, possibly to do with computers, that may have been the person. So it's just happenstance that it was a P Clark, but it's extraordinary, these coincidences. But that's what turned up there. But the weird thing about that Dr. Paul Clark is that he was playing a game on Twitter, like, oh well, it could be me. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. It's up to you to find out, type of thing. So he was turning it into a game, which was very.
So what
weird.
was he then? I mean, where's he come from? Because I was absolutely convinced he was, because why else would he have been so, put his head above the parapet and been so? Because nobody is supporting the prosecution these days. So why did he? What was his agenda?
I really don't know. But he was, and he is. I'm assuming he still is. He's very tight with like Susan Oliver and Deb Roberts, social media wise, and he seems to be sold on the idea that Lucy Letby's guilty for some reason. I don't know why, but there's some odd characters come out of the woodwork, really, basically.
So if he wasn't they must have had an expert witness.
Oh, they did. They did. That has been confirmed. So it's Dr. Bowen, and Dr. Yoxall. For the full trial.
Dr. Bowen and Dr. Yoxall were the two expert witnesses in the second lot.
That's my understanding for the so-called full file that ends up being rejected in January 2026.
But that cannot be, because Yoxall is a friend of Brewery's, isn't he?
Well, he is. So.
Well, that in itself, I mean, the conflicts of interest are absolutely. I mean, whenever I do a report, I have to absolutely confirm that there are no conflicts of interest, and Yoxall is absolutely in cahoots with Brewery. I mean, his daughter came and did work experience on Brewery's unit. I mean, they could. So that in itself would be completely I mean, if you were a good defense lawyer, Myers would just have come in and said, well, this is inappropriate. I mean, they are good friends. And of course, the other thing is you shouldn't be an expert witness if you're in a very nearby unit. You've got to be very independent, and Yoxall's way too close to Countess of Chester to be an expert witness.
Well, in relation to Yoxall, there are two elements to it. There's the so-called data that he trawled from 2012 and 2015, which are the periods of training that Lucy Letby underwent in relation to these
Yoxall can't be an
unintended
expert.
extubations at LWH, but that's not the only element. He also worked on cases, in quotes, from the Countess of Chester Hospital. But we've also got Dr. Bowen coming back into the scene, also probably leading up the reports and the assessments of these extra cases, which total 11 cases, 2 murders and 9 attempted murders, that they tried to get the CPS to accept and they rejected. So it's basically between Bowen and Yoxall. How it splits exactly, I don't know.
But no, I think Yoxall would be he would be part of the case, actually, because of course some of the attempted murders would have been in the women's. Well, that's where he worked, isn't it? The Liverpool women's.
Yeah.
So he would be he wouldn't be an expert. I'm just very interested who the actual expert is. So do you think that Bowen took over from Dewey and was the lead expert?
That's the strange thing, and that's the point I've made in a few videos, is that they've essentially ghosted, or they've put out to grass Evans. He was yesterday's man, essentially. So for this next bite at the cherry, it's Bowen that they're using, and they're using Yoxall as well. It's Bowen and Yoxall they're using for the second bite.
And Yoxall's didn't he start his medical legal?
Yeah. He retired, and then he's got a medico-legal practice. Yoxall has, yeah. And I was curious who it was going to be, but it's those two. That's who it is. It's, in a way, it's kind of, it's not obvious.
If Yoxall's actually, if allegations were within his hospital, it is absolutely impossible for him to be an expert witness on his own for his own hospital. So. I really don't. He can't possibly be the expert witness. The only person that could be the expert witness was Bowen. But why was she? She should have been. I mean, really, she should have been. Dewey shouldn't. She should have led the original trial, and Dewey could have been in the background, because he was just a paediatrician and she was officially a neonatologist. Although I've worked on Jersey, and Guernsey is very similar. I mean, she doesn't do proper neonatology on Guernsey. I mean, she just basically babysits babies and sends them to the mainland if there's any problems of any sort. So she isn't a proper neonatologist.
She's had to retire now, hasn't she?
She's
had so many complaints against her.
Isn't she saying she's got to move?
She's got to move. She's
got to move.
It's kind of over.
I got to sell my house. This was going to be my forever home.
She was only ever used because the original guy in Newcastle, he unfortunately died, didn't he? Well, I mean, unfortunately for him dying, not because he was really. I don't know how they peer review the work, but I'm not so sure. I heard at the beginning that the guy who did it, his name's eluded me now, I'm afraid. I'm really
his name is Martin Ward-Platt. Martin
Ward-Platt, yes. Well, I heard originally that he didn't really agree with a lot of the things, but then later on, I think in Coffey's book, for example, they say he did. And in the book, Coffey says that they got hold of a report. It's only 7 pages long, which I find amazing for such a, to peer review. So it's only 7 pages over how many cases would they have looked at. And yet he said that they agreed on the majority, but I didn't hear that originally. I'm sure I'd love to know if anybody else has got any ideas on that, because I heard originally that he hadn't, which made me think, because at first, hang on, the poor man's died now. And then that's when Bowen came in effect, and the police were all ecstatic about how far removed she was on the island of Jersey. I mean, it's all ridiculous, isn't it? But all she did was rubber stamp Evans's work. It wasn't a review of anything, was it, really?
It was a review of his reports, basically. And going back to your point, Tony, about Martin Ward-Platt, the testimony that I've heard is from Evans, is basically Evans saying, I originally sent my reports to Martin Ward Platt, and he agreed with me. That's the quote.
On the majority.
He agreed with me, but that's kind of hearsay. So whether he did agree or partially agreed, I don't know in reality.
I'd like to see that. I asked, I think I was going to ask Coffin that if they've got a copy of this report that they got hold of it as reporters. I don't know how, but they got copies of this 7-page report. I don't know how you get a hold of that.
That would be wrong. There would be information about that baby and that mom on that too. Would that even be legal?
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
That can't be legal.
Yeah, it's interesting. Isn't it?
But we've also got the issue with Martin Ward Platt being in relation to he's got a connection with either Southall or Meadow. He supported one of their cases.
Yeah, he did. He signed. Yeah, that's right.
So he was like the second fiddle to one of those guys.
Yeah,
I can't remember which one.
I mean, he's got a terrible reputation. Absolutely, he had an appalling reputation.
Was he? Jonathan, you've gone a bit broken.
Is that Jonathan? Have you gone a bit? Are you okay, Jonathan? It's the connection. Shall I? I'll take Jonathan out and then I'll bring him back in again. Okay, that's all. I don't know what I'm doing, but it seems to work, doesn't it? Eventually. So I'm going to bring Jonathan back in. I think his connection has dropped. So hopefully Jonathan will come back in soon. But you're having a glass of wine as well, I see, Tony. Cheers. God bless. All the best.
It needs to be a mason jar. Yeah.
It has, mate. Oh, I can't get it on.
That's a lovely shaped glass, that is, isn't it? Yeah.
That's my name.
Jenny, are you on like Coca-Cola there? Is it Coca-Cola?
I'm Coca-Cola.
That's
my wine. I can't with my and I shouldn't even been drinking Coca-Cola, but I can't tolerate alcohol with my esophageal issues. But I shouldn't be drinking Coke either. So, but it's my deadly. Everyone's got a vice.
We've all got a
vice. Mine is Coca-Cola.
We've all got a vice. So I'm going to go back to the comments now, see where we are with the comments. Operation Man and Falcon says, the potential problem I see coming is the Officer Vicky Holt issue.
Yeah.
Why was she out and Daniel Stonia in? Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm very sympathetic to that, OMF, as you know, and I don't want to let that go, Vicky Holt.
Was she brought? Do you think she could have been in another police department and brought in? Could she have been part of Victorino Churu?
Chua, yeah. And basically, we've got some information of Officer Vicky Holt going back to 2002. That one of the commenters, and I can't remember their name now. I apologise for that. Came up with a case that she was involved in 2002, and she's working for Warrington Police, but Warrington is a subsection of Cheshire Police, so okay. I found that out. They're not like separate constabularies. I mean, I'm not sure if you might know that already, Tony, but I didn't realize that. They're kind of like seven subsections of Cheshire Police, and
I'm wondering again. We don't know what Vicky Holt looks like. We don't know how pretty she is or how well she comes through. Could Daniel Stoner have communicated more or looked in a way that they liked it better than Vicky Holt too? You want a woman a certain way if you're going to want the family to come to you. And also Daniel Stoner, they just thought, well, she would be better getting more out of Lucy, getting Lucy to confess too.
Yeah,
it's just a theory.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it's just from this kind of distance, from this vantage point, and when we go back to the hummingbird video, it just all seems totally amateurish, I think, and they keep revealing themselves.
And I'd like to shout out for Operation Merck and Fallon. I love his channel.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
He just gives me so many ideas. So I have no idea about the investigation part. So he's awesome. He's absolutely awesome.
Oh, absolutely. I would put Operation Man in Falcon at the head of a reinvestigation about how this went wrong.
Oh yeah, wouldn't you just love to let him have the law, whatever those logbook things are, or whatever.
Well, I would do, and I don't think those logbooks that Sir David Davis has asked for, hasn't he? But I don't think they're going to turn them over. Do you, Tony and Jenny? Do you think they're going to turn them over?
I don't think the police will do anything.
Oh, I'm sure they've been. Maybe they found their way in an incinerator. I don't know. Or accidentally, an office moved
Yeah.
and they did
Yeah.
it. Or maybe they had sewage backup and it just destroyed them. Maybe they have a
destroyed
sewage
them,
backup thing and they could have destroyed them too. I'm sure there's going to be a way that.
Well,
I don't know what happened.
Ironically, there was it was a flood that caught out some new evidence that the police had doctored in one of the Birmingham 6 cases, wasn't it? Ironically, I think.
Oh God,
Remember?
really? A flood,
They had a flood, and then that some tapes were found, and I think I remember which case it was. It was either Thursday or Guildford 4, and that
rings a
showed
bell. That
something
rings
had
a
been
bell,
doctored.
Tony. Yeah, the
Had it not
flood
been for
thing,
that flood, so there's something what you say that.
Yeah, yeah. You can
nice
say
to-
things in jest, and
ironic.
there's an example of it,
Yeah.
isn't there? In reality.
And it will probably be something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It will be. There will be some, and we don't mean to laugh or anything, but it's going to come.
Well, it's the
to
absurdity
something
of it.
stupid.
Yeah.
It's the absurdity of it. And do we think that, like, Cheshire Police, they probably, I haven't looked at how many people they employ. There's probably people working for Cheshire Police who think, oh God, we've messed up terribly here. We can't say anything, otherwise our job's gone. So, but
Yeah, exactly.
we kind of know that this is a disaster.
Yeah, exactly.
I
think that yeah, I mean, this isn't my thoughts or words really, but I was watching something recently, and somebody pointed out that historically the police will never admit they're wrong until after the event. Then they will apologise. That's how they work. They just won't admit to anything up front until they're rumbled. They won't, like the Birmingham 6. They'll come out then after and say, oh yeah, we got that wrong, apologise, we're doing steps to make sure it doesn't happen again. But they won't, like, now come out and say, oh look, we have got this wrong. Even though they could say, look, we were hoodwinked by the by the Council of Chester neonatologists, or they could say that, and they even have a get out council. I've said this all along. They could still say, yeah, okay, we did investigate, but we were told that this just doesn't happen. Babies just don't collapse. Just going back to the very basics of this case, that's what they were told, and they had good reason to investigate. But even now, they could still say, look, we did go down that route. We obviously have got something major wrong. We are looking into it now. They still have a get out, and they could get out of it without losing too much face. But for some reason, they won't. They just won't. They will wait until they're completely rumbled, and then they will just apologise afterwards. That's their strategy, I think. I don't understand.
And it's the same thing happens here in the United States.
But that's how I see it, just from literally a layperson's point of view. It appears to be how they worked, which is really not good when the girl's liberties at stake and in prison. It's terrible.
It is terrible. I mean, they're kind of up against it now, because they were given advice by the National Crime Agency to have a panel of people. They were, and they denied that. They denied that twice. They made an effort to connect to Professor Hutton. And have a proper statistical review.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
the
amazing
thing, isn't it? I just find it so odd. And that was the CCRC, wasn't it, who said that to them?
Well, it was the CPS. It was the
CPS.
CPS.
Who just said, drop her then if you want the case.
I mix them up all the time. All these initials.
Looking for reasons and answers in all of this. It's all so bizarre. Simone and I just did a little research before you said you were doing your live about who hired Tony Chambers. Because he was a nurse, wasn't he? A registered
nurse.
Who hired him was Sir Duncan Nichols, who was
the
well, he might have done, but I found another man who hired him, and he has someone else on the board who hired was the same name, and the name is very unusual. And I'll get it for you in a moment. I can't remember. It's so strange, and the surname. He is Sir something, but we looked up and he is not on any English honours list. He has not been knighted. And the Sir comes, he's a Cypriot, and it comes from possibly, and I always say possibly, a Masonic lodge.
Oh, gosh.
Now, people
I thought it was Sir Duncan Nichols that hired
there may be, there obviously be more than one member on the board, but he is definitely instrumental in hiring him. Now, that would answer a lot. This whole thing is, I mean, obviously there's great things going on.
There is a Masonic lodge in Chester.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a Masonic, so you don't know. So it wasn't Sir Duncan Nichols who was the chairman of the board.
Yeah, if you could, that would be interesting to get that.
2 seconds.
So
yeah, I mean that'd
be great. Yeah,
I will do a deep dive onto that one. That is gold.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the only person from inside this that has mentioned the Masons is Breary. I mean, you know, from inside the walls of this, because he's the person that says, well, perhaps some of them are Masons, and that's why they're not. That's why they didn't.
Well, and it's not
investigate the serial killer
or anything like that. It's just a boys' club, so everyone would know everyone.
Yeah,
you know, that's to me. I'm not conspiracy like the Masons are going to rule the world or anything like that. It's just this Mason knows this Mason who knows that Mason. It's just, you know, a boys' club. You know.
Well, that's right, Jenny. But and you know, whether they're Masons or not, but there's a similar kind of networks going on in the neonatology world, in the pediatric world, and I think that's one of those networks is what tips Dewey Evans off that he's got
David Semple got his law degree from Swansea. He would know someone.
Do you know what? Do you know what? It's possible that Semple might be the link. It's possible that Semple might be the link.
That's what I said.
That's why you focused on it.
Yeah, that's why I focused on it. Now he would know someone that knows him. Oh, I've got my pen and thing. Oh yeah, you just made my Saturday night.
No, that's fantastic. I'll just read a couple of comments before we carry on. Culture of care, not fear. That's a good name, isn't it? Erin Powell put pen to paper, documenting the mortalities on the unit. Why was this needed?
She was ordered to by Stephen Brewery.
Yeah, she was ordered to.
Stephen mentioned it to her, whoever the assistant head nurse was directly. I forgot her name. They're not called assistant nurses. That's just what we say in America. She was coming in, and that assistant nurse coming in. She goes, "Brewery's making me do this. This is stupid."
It's followed up by from the same commenter, culture of care, not fear. Concerning the neonatal and labour ward, how were mortalities classified and by whom? Data would be picked up by NHS England. Isn't this what theoretically should occur? Well, this is the thing. I personally don't think the data is reliable, and that's why I've been asking for these restatements of data. But then you get branded vexatious.
So. You're Duke of Vexatious.
Duke of Vexatious, yeah.
And you're also Duke of Foya, and I forgot she gave you another dukedom, and I can't remember. You've got 3 dukedoms from the Emperor.
Duke of Tuna Treats.
Is it Duke of Tuna Treats? Okay, well then you better. If you're going to be Duke of Tuna Treats, you better produce them. So.
I'm working on it.
Well, you know, you're not going to get that moonshine until you do it. You know.
Yeah.
But if you get another
some of that moonshine.
If you get another vexatious email from them or whatever, I think she'll ignore that.
Yeah,
quite possibly. Tony's back in the room, and have you got this name?
I've got this name.
You got the name.
He's. I mean, I know if you can read that. There it's all in reverse.
Hi, no, I can read that. Hi guys, just
I'll read it to you.
Flagging up. Sir James Hammer.
Yes, Sir James.
Dinger. Oh my God.
Spell that for me. HAMM.
Yeah, he appointed Tony Chambers.
Appointed Tony.
He was one of the board that approved his appointment, I think. Yeah.
So how do you spell Hammerdinger? H.
It's HEMM.
Something going up.
D.
Oh, H. I'm sorry. I do repeat that. H.
Sorry. HEMMER DINGER.
Hammerdinger.
I tell you what. I've got to say this really weird thing happened my end technologically. Then everything stopped and it all slowed down. And I don't know if you were seeing it as well. Everything went really weird. So I don't know.
Jonathan's not.
I don't know if that means anything. I don't know if that means. I'm not saying it does, but
No.
So this James Hannerdinger, what is his connection to Countess of Chester?
So he is on the board.
Okay.
Okay,
that's okay. You've given me enough.
So he was instrumental in the appointment of Tony Chambers.
Okay.
But he also has a this is the bit. All this is just stuff I just took up really quickly, and I need to verify all of it. But there was a junior member on the board as well, by the same surname. Well, it's got to be family, hasn't it? Because of. But then, the survey. He's not on any honours list in the UK, so he's not been knighted. So it's like, well, who's giving him the title of Sir? And then if you look a bit further, he's Cypriot, and in Cyprus, it possibly links to some Masonic lodge. But but it needs verifying. I'm just a bit.
That's okay.
Sometimes you can go down an avenue and find something. Sometimes you go down and not. Just a thought. I haven't got the time to investigate these things. I do. I do little bits. That's why I say them on here, because I wish I had much more. Well, if I was retired, I'd be.
Yeah, I'm retired.
Oh my God! I mean, I nearly gave up work to work on this full time. I was so incensed by it from the very beginning, from the minute you set eyes on that guy, you just yes, okay. So we were accused of being middle-aged men liking a white middle-aged girl, whatever they said, but it's nonsense. They couldn't have cared less. It's just all the rhetoric that came out that just didn't sound right. It just, and it isn't, and it didn't sound right because we're normal, decent people listening to total utter BS.
That's right.
That's the truth of it. We're not stupid, and I'm glad it's got to this point now. And so
it's incredible, but isn't it incredible? If you look back, and we're talking about like getting on for 3 years now. How far this has come is incredible, and there was a point in which we couldn't have seen this road ahead. We couldn't have envisaged it. You'd have hoped for it, but you wouldn't have known all these things would have happened.
But it's all little. Everybody doing their little bit and saying their thing. You've got Richard Gill. You've got you had Peter Elston, and they're working away on something in the background, I think, still, aren't they? And
Peter Elston's got a video coming up. He like foreshadowed it on Twitter. He said, "I'm working on this. I'm working on this next video now."
Right.
So I'm really looking forward to.
What about Michael McConville? I've not heard anything on Twitter.
I haven't either. I think he did it. He like did the whole thing. He kind of like did it from a medical point of view. And,
that book's amazing, isn't it?
And the podcast, and he also did the series with Peter Elston as well. And then we've got
the RCPCH report.
So
good. I mean,
it's amazing the people that have been involved with this, and Sarita Adams. Adams was right at the beginning, and I hope she's doing well in her life and everything. But she was really at the forefront of talking about this.
They destroyed her.
Yeah.
They destroyed her
because she's British, but she's based in America.
Yeah, they destroyed her.
Jenny,
she's on the West Coast.
You know what's happening there?
So that tells you something right there. This isn't the Countess of Chester. This is high.
It is high. It is because she was threatened.
This is not the Countess of Chester.
I'm just going to say, like, Sarita Adams was threatened, even though she was in America.
Wow.
With contempt of court, and she was saying, actually, where I am in California, that shit isn't going to fly. We've got the First Amendment here, and they tried to do it to Professor Gill as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a
And-
letter
and-
during the trial, didn't he? Say, if you set foot in the UK, we're going to arrest you.
Yeah, they had.
Ah.
Okay, I found.
All
I
we're trying
found
to
her,
do is
Mr.
make sure
Hemmerdinger.
justice is being done. So, like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's
And
worse
there's
than a police state.
that's right, Tony. There's a particular role because I think it's called an amicus curiae, like a friend of the court, and that's what he
Yeah.
was doing.
Yeah.
Saying, look, I want to be a friend of the court. I've got this
Yeah.
information that can help this case, and there's a legitimate role for that. You know?
Yeah. No.
So yeah, I think
I hope things move quickly now. It's just not fair. Clearly, there's so much evidence, isn't there, that something's not right. Even if they could get her out on bail or something, it would be a start, wouldn't it? Just from a.
But isn't it amazing that we're here on a Saturday night? We're talking about this.
Yeah.
I found them. I found them both.
Oh, you found the Hamdingers.
Them.
Hamdingers.
2012. Thank you.
Hamdingers.
I'm a hillbilly. I'm gonna light up the still. What kind of moonshine you like? We do corn here.
I'll have the corn. I'll have that good old
corn. I know. I mean, the guy that gave me the Hemmerdinger.
The Hemmerdingers. Tony, yeah.
Tony, what kind of moonshine do you like? You like corn moonshine?
I've never had it. It sounds horrific. Let me take. I'll go with corn though.
You gotta have a mason jar. And then you gotta be able to play the banjo. Doing.
I'll probably have a good go after drinking some moonshine.
The dueling banjos. From. Okay, I found them.
I've got to say, my iPad's about 3%. It may even go off. So if it does, I'll be back in.
Yeah, come back in. It'd be lovely if you can come back in.
Thank you. You did a good one. You did a goodie.
Have you got it? So what have you found already?
Oh, this is gold.
Have you found something already? Both of them. What's the first name of the other?
It's a Mr. M. Hemmerdinger, Deputy Chairman. And then there is, so that's the Mr. Let's see. And this is from 2012. And then there's, and then I found a Sir somewhere. And then Sir James gave a full report on the career record of Mr. Chambers and recommended him for appointment as Chief Executive of the Trust, Mr. Hemmerdinger. So there's a Sir James here. Sir James.
Yeah. Wow. But he's not on any. You check out any. I don't know.
Sir James Sharples. Could that be it?
No.
Sharples.
Don't think
Sir
so.
James Sharples. SHRPLES. We'll have to see it. You said there's a way to find out if they've been knighted?
Well, yeah. I mean, I presume you just Google it. I mean, there's a
list of
UK lists of people who have been knighted. I mean,
so Sir James.
I just checked that quickly on AI, and it said there's definitely nobody knighted by the name of Hemmerdinger in the UK.
But is there one that? But the Sir wasn't. It was Mr. James.
It was Sir James Hemmerdinger.
No, it was Sir M. Hemmerdinger, and then I see a Sir James Harp. So it was a Mr. James Mr. M. Hemmerdinger, and then I'm seeing a Sir James Sharples.
Oh,
don't worry, I'm gonna figure this.
Well, well, this is the sort of thing. I mean, I'd say I only look quickly, but it definitely came up with the person appointed.
Okay, I'll figure. We'll get it.
James.
Good. Either way, you sent me down a really good rabbit hole.
And then it leads you to, because it's a separate surname, I think. And then if you, he's that may be where he got his name. It's like an honorary thing, some sort of, I don't want to say a cult, but do you know what I mean? It's just it's just obviously from a Masonic log, so his name's
interesting.
And when did Sir Duncan Nichols come on board? Do we know, as the chairman? I think so. The previous before Sir Duncan Nichols, I guess it was the Sir James Sharples. Sir Duncan Nichols was a head of the NHS.
Sir Duncan Nichols. Okay.
Yes, he was the head of the NHS, like the third CEO of the NHS. And, he was in charge of whenever Beverly Allett was in, he was the one to make sure everyone knew about it in the Chester area. Oh, yeah, he's got
my
a
God.
Beverly Allett connection.
So the Beverly, I
Duncan
mean, that
Nichols.
was Chester Police again, wasn't it? I was in that. Sorry, I'm getting told off for background.
Beverly Allett, I'm not sure. I'm
No,
not sure.
he wasn't. He had nothing to do with Beverly Allett per se, but at the time he had already been, from my understanding, he had stopped being the chair, the head. That's how he got Sir Duncan Nichols, because he was a CEO or whatever that's called, the head of the NHS. Then he retires back to Chester, and then I think the Beverly Allett thing came about, and then he was in charge, something about making sure everyone knew about this Beverly Allett. There's some kind of thing here. So.
Oh, I mean,
there's all these weird connections.
There's a weird connections. Can I just to pull the focus out a little bit?
Yeah.
Is it possible that the Cheshire Police are going to end up with a manager being accused of some crime and going to go through a trial? I don't think it's possible at all. I don't think it's going to. I don't think there's any chance of that happening. There's no chance of a Tony Chambers being like on trial for something, is there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it was just interesting that it just interests me that that he's done so well in his career, from going from a nurse, a registered nurse, to becoming running the hospital. It's great, good luck to it.
Absolutely, Tony. But do you think?
Just seems to know. I just wondered how it all worked. How you do that when. It just seems. I don't know how often that happens. Is it normal in the NHS?
It's an interesting route, isn't it? And it kind of. I've always thought that it kind of gave him a kind of a sense of not necessarily being on Lucy's side, but being more sympathetic than he might have been.
Yeah,
he
was definitely had her back at the very end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He really did.
He did, didn't he? And because he laid it on the line to those doctors, and he said, and there's that thing that's been produced, and it's that list of things the actions they were going to take, and one of them was manage out.
Yeah.
In other words, manage out those consultants. In other words, get rid of them.
Yeah.
Which is serious stuff.
That's interesting, isn't it? That was just something else, wasn't it? That manage them out. And that's right. Those the minutes of the meeting. No, was it?
Yeah, manage them out.
Manage them.
There's the kind of there's the stuff to. Yeah, it's just really. It was really, and this is why Goss was so important to push all that aside for the jury, because the stakes were really high for those consultants.
What he did, it's incredulous, isn't it?
Is Goss a Mason? It's a network thing.
Yeah,
it's a network.
It must be, mustn't it? Because why would you rule out the RCP? Why would you not allow the jury to? Why didn't they even allow the jury to go to the hospital? They never had a site visit.
No, they didn't have a site.
That's such a major case, and they used a lot of the floor plan in the trial, showing them, X was here, Luce was here. This is the door she was given, and yet they'd never seen the place. It's very difficult to get a feel. I didn't realize just how intimate it all is, actually, where that staging is to where the actual room is, where Jaron reckons he had that feeling and he went in with that complete utter nonsense. She called him in, and the other nurse came in because she heard the alarm, which is even more damning, I think. So, yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable why they weren't allowed to see that. Because if they'd have been there and seen the hospital, I think they would have thought a lot differently about it all. You can't beat seeing a place. What would that have cost in such a huge case? How much did they spend? All right. I mean, it's millions, isn't it? And it'd be a couple of minibuses And
a couple of minibus. I think we're up to probably about 40, 50 million so far.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we are in terms of everything that's happened at the including Thurwell.
Yeah.
We're up to about 30, 40 million.
9 stillbirths
And then
between
there's
9 stillbirths between June and October. That did not happen in my hospital.
no.
We never had.
No.
No, 9 stillbirths.
Yeah. So
Come on, that's poo coming out from that.
Yeah.
And I think they're protecting
this is
bad obstetricians also. There's bad obstetricians.
Yeah, that's going to be part of. That's going to be in the mix. That's going to be in the mix.
Brewery and Jerem.
It's the whole hospital. It's the whole. It's obstetricians and it's
and what is not in Thurwell? It's obstetrics.
Yeah,
they're also protecting the obstetrics department.
That's
9
absolutely
stillbirths
right.
between June 2015 and October. That's absolutely unbelievable.
But this is why I'm so adamant about trying to get them to tell
That's
us.
why they're not telling you, Mark.
And that's why they're not telling me. Yeah,
that's why they're not telling you.
That's exactly right.
It's exactly why they're not telling you. And remember, there was a lot of rain going on that time. There was a lot of flooding going on. So of course there was a lot of sewage backup. And plus on the roof, there was a lot of stuff on the roof. There's pictures on Facebook of the roof of the Countess of Chester Hospital with these pink lines that shows that is the hallmark of pink is a bacteria called Serratia. There was a Serratia alert by the microbiologist Iduka Kustos.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
That was amazing. The thing you did about the roof. Yeah. That was amazing.
The roof is not being taken care of. Yeah.
Did you know that the air conditioning in that unit was turned down to half?
Yeah. And so was the ventilation to save money.
I think it's very odd, personally, that the building of the adjacent hospital started exactly 2015, and again, another whole area to look into. For me, when it all started, nobody had a reason for why those poor babies died. And they kept coming up with reasons. And to me, the most obvious reason was they were building the hospital next door. There's a lot of chemicals involved.
So they started building in 2015?
Yes, 2015. They started building
Do you have a link to that? Or that's interesting. So the new women's hospital was starting. I thought it was just recently. It's 2015.
Yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night and it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I went, oh my God. And I Googled it and there it was. They started, and you've got the cement mixer on site.
Wow.
You've got all sorts of things going on.
That's another because that building was toxic. Did you also know that the building, and I just found that do you know what rack concrete is? There's all this. That's the concrete that's everything's crumbling.
Oh yeah, a lot in our schools.
The bubbly concrete. Okay.
Yeah, the schools.
That because
have that here.
But
the Women's and Children's Hospital building was built with rack concrete.
Yeah, well, there you go. Another thing.
That's where all these schools are.
Do you know the site manager though for the Countess of Chester? Well, in the trial, a lot of people refer to him as the plumber, but he was actually the site manager for that hospital, and he said he couldn't afford to change. There were 2 taps. He couldn't afford to change one, and he changed one that had the pseudomonas on it. Couldn't afford to change the other. He also, when he was on the stand, only said that sewage thing happened once, which I found that very odd. And he was for the defence, for Myers. I thought it was strange. And I was the only person he called, really. Isn't that bizarre, the whole thing?
It's totally bizarre.
So bizarre.
It's totally bizarre. Everything about this it's just weird. It's just weird. There's so many so much weird stuff going on here.
Was it Green? He was the pharmacist.
Yeah. The pharmacist.
Yeah. He was the head of the grievance, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was the investigator. Yeah.
They said it officially started in June 2023. Officially, okay.
No.
So that means,
Wait.
officially, that tells
I
you
even
right there. It could
I
have
even went
started.
to the hospital. They were building it when I actually looked around. Literally went in the hospital, and I actually took a picture. Not long after the trials began. Everything started in the newspaper. I went and I took a picture. There was a toilet where the public walk in onto that unit, and when you go in the most disgusting public toilets, probably not for a lady but for men, and they're all green and like they've got mold around the hingy thing.
Yeah.
It was like that. I was like, crikey, that's where the public go into that unit. I mean, you had doctors going in, having smoked outside and walking straight back in and handling the babies. Unbelievable place. It's disgusting. That's
I am
anyway,
just adamant that about that new building in 2015, even if they broke ground, there was Victorian sewers there.
Well, yeah, there's all sorts.
This was an old asylum they built on
you
top.
need to go.
Oh,
because down by, if you just go down the hill a little bit,
honey.
There's a swamp area, almost like a swamp, and some other big building which is looks a bit ominous. I don't know what it is, but anyway, yeah, it's
you said there was a
amazing.
Swamp?
It's like a swamp of some. It's I don't think it's a river. It's just like a lake, but it looks more of a swampland. It's very nature reservey.
Yeah.
It's at the bottom of the. But yeah, I mean, just odd that none of those things were taken. I even wrote to myself at the beginning about some.
Right.
He never even bothered to respond. Just said,
I think I did as well. I can't remember. It's so long ago now. I can't remember what I wrote about, but I did write to him. Yeah, I wrote to him and a guy called Richard Thomas, the solicitor. And I was writing to him about stuff, and I've got no idea in my mind as I sit here today what I asked them, but it was like kind of like what are you doing, mate? Something like that.
I've had this burning thing, which again I don't have the time to research, but my feeling when I went and looked around that site was where they were building the new hospital. Between the new hospital and the Count of Chester, they'd erected, those Maersk containers that you make kind of like on, where I'm going. They're like the makeshift office for the site managers.
Yeah,
This was a big building. It was like at least 2 abreast and about 3 high, and it was a big block. And what I noticed was, this might sound a bit wacky now, okay, but just bear with me. The way they were positioned was on a westerly side. Now, the wind in the UK generally blows westerly. That's why all the runways in the UK are east-west, because the wind, you have to land into the wind, generally speaking. So I had a look just really quickly at the deaths of all the babies and the days. And within an hour, I had a correlation between high winds and those deaths. Now, one of the big theories on the hospital was overpressurization of the babies. They were saying about, they didn't know why there was excess milk. They didn't know why there was air in the, in the stomach. I was like, hang on a minute. There's been high winds. So I looked more closely at that hospital. There's a great big hole in the middle of it. So I looked where the wind would be going over that hill. And I don't know if you know what a Venturi effect is, but basically if you have a tube that narrows in the middle, the wind has to speed up in the by, obviously, to get through. That's how a wing works on an aeroplane, effectively. It has to speed up over the top. And so that would cause a sucking effect. And it occurred to me that on that hospital, you had babies, one of them had a bowel obstruction. So imagine you have a windy night, the wind goes over the top of that hospital. No one can explain why the babies collapsed. And it could be the fact that the wind was strong at night. Someone opened the wrong door in the hospital, in the corridor, and you get this lowering pressure. And there you go. Yeah, it could be. I'm just saying, I don't know. I've got to go I keep needing to call it to the university and ask some third year sort of student, in construction, who would probably know a bit more about that and just how much it could drop. But have you ever lived in a house where you open one door and it almost slams the others. That
Yeah.
sudden rush, that is a drop in pressure effectively. So great. Well, to a little neonate baby that shouldn't have been in the hospital in the first place, it is a possibility. Again, anybody wants to go do that. But to me, I was always thinking, you know, to get the case reopened, it has to be something new. And this is the crux, isn't it? That the problem we're having is that it's always, well, that's not new. The information about, you know, all the medical information was always there before, just wasn't revealed at the trial. And that's what the CCRC keeps coming back and saying, don't they? And that's why they won't let it go. But that is something like that would be new information. And that's what it needs, in my view.
And they'll come back and say, well,
it was
why
there
didn't
before.
you investigate the winds back
before?
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to come back with that. But I love the theory.
Weird
and you know, all the sewer gases.
Yeah.
Could this have, you know, the sewer gases only go.
Yeah.
Could the sewer gases only go up so much?
Yeah.
But it had an effect.
Exactly.
Hydrogen sulfide.
Yeah.
Sewer gases, it's going to affect neonates before it's going to affect adults.
When you look at the topography of that hospital and the square hole, and the unit is right on that hole, and they've put air conditioning on the top, and then they built those things next to it in 2015, and the wind blows straight up there off of the...
Do you think it was... They keep saying they broke ground in 2023. Do you think it could have not been the woman's unit? Could it have been something else with the hospital?
Something else. I definitely... I mean, it's almost... In fact, it's open. I think it's being built and almost opened, I think.
Yeah, but I mean,
do
you think instead of the women's hospital, there could have been another thing with the hospital?
Something else has been broken ground.
I'm going to look it up. Thank you. That is exactly what we need.
Well, I think that I think that's... I don't know how to say this, but you can imagine... Well, I don't know. Anyway, have a look. I think there's something...
No. You're thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
We can't think in the box anymore.
Well,
You're thinking outside the box. There is no crazy theories.
Yeah, exactly.
There are no
crazy... It needs researching.
There's nothing crazier than accusing a woman of sticking her hand in an incubator and bashing a kid's belly.
Well, it's nonsense.
That's right.
You're thinking outside the box.
Told Myers this.
That's the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I've even told Myers. I said, well, why don't you look into it? Just at least look into it.
Even if it wasn't the new part of the new women's building or whatever, even if it was another thing, it still could have had an effect on the sewers.
Yeah.
It could have had an effect on the ventilation, the HVAC. It could have stirred up mold, aspergillus. This is the stuff they don't test these babies for mold and spores. They only test them for other things. They don't test them for all the stuff that they need to test them. These could have been aspergillus spores. It could have stirred up. Okay, it could have stirred up rack construction. In rack concrete, there is asbestos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, did you know that I was gobsmacked? A long time ago, know of a brand new, fairly new build flat, and you wouldn't imagine in the last 20 years, because it was outlawed in the UK using asbestos in new builds. But when you actually read up at it, do you know what it says? The law says if construction firms have got a stockpile of asbestos, they can still utilise that. Until it runs out. So you could even buy a new build today. The construction company can still be using up old. Check this out. But that's how I understand it.
Interesting.
You wouldn't know that, would you? Think?
I had no idea
it's
about
outlawed
that.
Asbestos.
I had no idea about that. I think what's
that
really
is,
interesting.
That's good. That's excellent to know.
I think what we're talking about here is there are a whole bunch of environmental issues that they're not taking into consideration. They're also not taking into consideration the impact upon the network as a whole in terms of what's coming at that network of hospitals at that particular time. Because there is this is something that Professor Gill talks about, and he talks about this in relation to another statistician, I can't remember his name right now, because who maintains that there wasn't a spike, but there was well, I don't know if there was a spike, because we're back to the stats again, because in the 2018 data, 2014, it's got 6 deaths in it. It's got 6 deaths.
Right. Yeah,
which is almost the same as the next 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
So how do we rely on that data now?
I know. You hear so many.
So there's a whole host of problems with it.
Yeah,
you
the
know.
data. They twist it, but they changed the like you said about stillbirths earlier. I forget exactly now. They changed that a little bit, didn't they? Said like, I don't know, the timing. If it dies within 24 hours, it's still a
Yeah.
Oh, that's wrong. That is wrong.
There's
We don't do that here.
Just saying that they changed things to.
That is.
It's like when
they did that for the maternity thing. That is so wrong. It should be a baby is born dead. That's what it's.
Is that right? What I say then? The 24
hours. A stillbirth should be.
That is so immoral.
I'm going to look up the term now. But I need to go to the loo, actually. But I'm going to look up this term stillbirth now.
Is Jonathan coming back, is he?
I don't think a stillbirth is the death of a baby before or during labour.
Right.
Typically occurring after 24 completed weeks of pregnancy. So it's before or during labour. That's the definition.
Before it's born. It's born still.
Before or during. Yeah. Before or during.
Yeah, but to say it's up to like days or something, that is just.
It's not days. It's not days of life.
Or whatever. It should be. It's born still.
Yeah.
That's what stillbirth is.
That's right.
The name is something else.
Again,
that's the issue we've got. But can I just say something to you guys and everyone in the chat? So, isn't it weird? These numbers like 2015. 12 stillbirths, 2016 2 stillbirths, 2017 11 stillbirths. That's an odd jump, isn't it?
Is that right?
Well, it's really odd.
Yeah, it could be and it could not be, but 2017 and
it goes up. It goes up again.
Goes up again, and it could be natural, but again, that seems like a lot of stillbirths for that unit, for a unit that size.
Well, it's
but
the
I
highest.
don't know what
It's the highest figures. These figures of 12 and 11. So this is based on the 2018 FOI data, which they said was wrong in all other regards, and that's why I've been asking for the new data.
You're being vexatious again, Mark.
Well, that's it. I'm just saying. So that's
you can't help yourself.
I can't help myself.
Your vexatiousness is coming through.
I can't help myself. But
you just can't. You're just spewing vexatiousness.
But what Tony is saying there about these builds, what you've been saying about videos earlier that you've done, Jenny, about the roof, all these environmental issues going on at the same time as this extra influx of multiples and babies coming into this neonatal network. Yeah. And Jenny, can I raise this now? Mm-hmm. You did this thing. I need to go to the loo in a minute. You did this thing about tracking. You did 2 things. You talked about the hot weather, and you also talked about the weekends, Fridays into the weekends, about the deaths. I need to go for a second, and could you talk about that?
Okay.
Please?
Well, what it is during like he had said, to save money, the NHS put things out. Okay, when there's low occupancy, which would be on a weekend or a night, you're to turn down the light, not only the lights, which would be realistic, but also the big fans, the electricity. So you're not getting the circulation. So you're going to get those sewer gases. You're going to get whatever those wind things you're talking about. All this stuff. If that building, whatever you said they built thing, you're going to, the spores will be able to come easily out. Again, these kids are going to be exposed to now the gases and whatever stuff. It's obviously a neonate is going to be more susceptible than an adult. sewer gas is not going to have the same effect on me right now than a neonate would. So again, it all, but yeah, during low occupancy, the NHS was saying it was all about saving costs and also environmental, we can't use electricity because we got to be green. According to the NHS, it was all about being green, which yes is important, but you want to be healthy too. So it was all about saving all this money, and they even talk about it in the some of their board meetings that we're trying to save this much money on electrical costs. Well, apparently, and also my understanding the ventilation system was antiquated. They had these big fans that were they used a lot of energy, electricity. So of course they're going to turn them at night.
How often should the filters be changed on those fans?
Oh, you know those, and those HEPA filters are so. I mean, we pay for our regular furnace.
Are they literally HEPA filters as well?
Yeah, HEPA filters.
Well, they couldn't afford to change a tap.
If they're not taking care of the plumbing, they're not changing. And HEPA filters are expensive. They're expensive for us when we use them with our regular furnace. So yeah.
But this is the thing, and I keep saying this to some other people. Even though we know all these things, all Nicholas Johnson did though is convinced everyone that it doesn't matter what the state of the hospital was, what was going on around, that there weren't any ward rounds apart from twice a week. They'd taken on babies they shouldn't have. It didn't matter. All he had to prove was and get the jury to believe that they were stable before, and that's and even now, you've got that, all those, really renowned people from all around the world saying, and the people still not actually believing it, that they weren't stable at all. That's what really is the crux to get people to, how can I put it, to change their minds and get on side about how erroneous this whole thing is. It's that aspect to me that you've got to convince everyone that they weren't stable before. They were missing vital signs. And you said it, somebody said it, I think, earlier on about having one nurse per baby in these level 3 units. They have literally one nurse per baby, and full time. And look at that hospital, they had one nurse, and she was one of 2 only that had her skills. She was spread thin. It's just,
And another thing, the baby A and B, they did not have, and I know about leveling. So if you have a certain type of a line in or a certain type of oxygen in, you could level them at a certain level. So if you level them at this level, they would have to have 1-to-1 or 2-to-1. Baby A and B coming out of the delivery room did not have what we would call a central line, which would have been an umbilical line. So they were not leveled at a high thing. They may have had, the nurse that first night and that next day might have had to take care of 3 babies. Wow. Baby A, B, and it might have also been a 3rd baby. Because they did not have that central line, that umbilical line. If you have a peripheral line, you're at a lower level. If you had a central line, which a central line would have been the long line or the line through the umbilical cord, that would have leveled you higher, and you would have been able to, your manager would have been said, okay, you have to have, 2-to-1 or 1-to-1. So the babies came out of the delivery room wrong, and they didn't get around. They didn't get around, which I cannot fathom as a nurse, to putting a central line in. Very important, that central line, the umbilical line in, until the babies were born, 8 in the evening on a Sunday night. They didn't bother going around to attempt to put the central lines in until day shift the next day. And even then, they weren't working. That to me, those kids should have had an immediate central line.
But do you know anything about the when they incubate babies? I read something going back years now about how new doctors, when they try and incubate a baby, there is a really low success rate, almost 60%. Yeah. Is that real? Do you know anything about that? I'd be interested.
Well, it's all to do with skill. Right. If you do it a lot of the time, you can do it. We never had a problem at my neonatal unit. Right. Now you do 3 levels there. We do 4 levels here in America. Mine was up at a 3, and it was a very good, very good. The one that's higher was that Children's Hospital. But our guys never had a problem because they did it all the time, and they were actual. Not only were they neonatologists, they were consultants. It wasn't trainees that were putting in these things here at my hospital.
Is there a different skill level for the more premature, the baby as well?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, oh yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And the fact that the airways are so tiny, I mean, that tube can move like this much and it can be out.
Yeah, of course, one of them they put it down the track.
Which happens. I mean that, but again, you have usually when you have a baby that's unstable, you don't just have one doctor at the bed.
Yeah,
you have several. You may have your trainee doing, which they have to do, but you have a very, very good a Shuley or an almost Shuley person right there too. Again, but my guys, even though they would go in and out, they would be for only a while in my unit, but then they would go to another unit to redo their skills. So they were always redoing themselves, and they were actual board certified by our version of the RCPCH as a neonatologist.
Well, that was another thing. I read something or I listened to somebody, a really good talk about, it might be actually Michael McConville who was talked about it in Canada, for example, when twins are born prematurely, they might not have just one neonatologist per baby. They might have 2 per baby.
Yeah.
Because they're so...
Well, they'll have a trainee.
What you have to do.
And a trainee and someone right there. And if they can't get that tube in, that consultant's gonna take right over. That you know, they're there to help each other. And they'll not only have that, they'll have a doctor, they may have a couple of nurses at each kid, a respiratory therapist. Several people are at that little tiny.
What did we have at the just on each? Do you know some of them? What was there at the birth of some of those babies?
Yeah, we're for baby A and B. It was one nurse, a first year trainee, and a second year trainee. That's all they had. At twins, of this extremely it wasn't an epidural spinal. Okay, it was a general anesthesia. You have to put them out. You put them out, that baby is also anesthetized as if they're general. They were pouring in magnesium to get her blood pressure down. Now, Martin Pittman says they were also giving her something called labetalol, which is a beta blocker, which could have lowered the baby's heart rate. Remember, baby A was born without a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So again, it's just they had to crash call the register. They crash called Salati. He didn't show up. So, but luckily a third year came in, and then Salati comes in after that. So Salati wasn't even there at the birth. So there was no neonatal, no pedi. It was a 1 and a 2 year. Yeah. So but it was a Sunday night, and you know, we don't work on a Sunday night. So, and there's also reason to believe that the obstetrician that delivered it was just a random obstetrician. It wasn't a high risk obstetrician.
Could I say something? Can you imagine what Martin Pittman could say if he had access to all the notes? If he had access to all the notes?
I think it would have to be bleeped out because I'm sure it would be a series of 4-letter words.
That's right.
So mad.
We've got Operation Merlin Falcon here saying, who will catch the blame for the 12 stillbirth deaths? They pinned 8 neonatal deaths on nurse Lucy Letby. I think MP David Davis is exploring that rationale. That's why he mentioned the numbers, and he did mention those numbers about the 12 stillbirth deaths. So, but the question I'd like to ask about that is that are we to be suspicious of that kind of spike in stillbirth deaths? And if so, why should we be suspicious of that in relation to a potential spike or a following or a connected spike in neonatal deaths? What is the connection between the spikes?
Well, the stillbirths you would be very concerned with. Were they getting good care in the antenatal while they were in the labor room,
Mm.
labor thing while they're labeling, but also who were doing the scans and who were reading the scans all along during the pregnancy. Were they getting good pregnancy care?
Okay, yeah,
That was the thing in the trial, wasn't it? None of that came into the trial.
Of course, they're hiding
Yes,
the obstetrics. The key is also in obstetrics. Yeah,
that's
look
absolutely
at what's
right.
not
They
in
had
Thurwell.
to.
Yeah.
They had to
do exactly what you're doing. You were thinking outside the box. Well, there's a building here, and there's winds, and there's thing. That's what Lucy needs
Not a
right
good
now.
place.
Are people thinking outside the box?
Mm.
Yeah.
In terms of that trial, you've got this guy that they've found, or that he's inserted himself, called Dewey Evans. Says, "Well, I can see these murders happening almost. I can see them." And the police go, "Yeah, well, thanks, great. That's our case. That's our case." And nothing stops it. Nothing gets in the way of that progress. And there's nothing that Myers can do to stop that story.
No.
He can't fight that story because that guy is saying there, no, the baby's died. There's no reason for the baby to die and Myers is not supplying any experts to compete.
I heard something the other day interesting, that whilst he had Hall behind him who was going to come on the stand, but he didn't. I wonder why Myers never called him to the stand, but he used a lot of his information, and he did do a good job in theory of trying to counter himself. But I didn't know that what the
they added an extension.
What the
I'm just reading what's on here, Mark.
What
whoever
Mike
said
says isn't the same as when it can't be taken in evidence in the court. Apparently, there's a difference between when I can't remember. I'm reading up so long. When the expert witness says something on the stand, it's not the same as if Maya says it. It can't be taken. I don't get it, because the jury hear it the same.
Yeah,
but it's not the same. It's not to be taken as though in the same vein as somehow. I don't know if somebody can tell me more about that. I'd be grateful. But I understand it isn't the same, even though Hall was telling him what to say to contra what the other experts were saying. It didn't have the same effect because it can't be taken as evidence, I don't think, in the trial. It's not the same. That's all I heard. I don't get how there's a difference, but that's what I've heard. But the jury is the same.
Yeah.
I still would like to know if anyone knows why was the trial in Manchester over Liverpool.
They often do have things away from their hometowns. It looks a bit more sort of.
It's
what was it about Manchester?
Emotional for the people that.
What would have been known for was Manchester? Shall we say
it's a
way of getting easier to get
got a
conviction over Liverpool.
Well, I'm not sure what you were going to say, Tony. Are you going to say like the jury pool for that area is going to be more sort of emotional? If you need to remove it a little bit distance-wise,
there's that. Yeah, just distancing it from the scene.
Just distancing it a little bit.
You often get that, don't you?
Or is it as I think Jenny said earlier?
I don't believe anything.
You don't believe anything.
They had
ABC
long before.
If Jonathan's still on, he would know. So he knows stuff like that.
It would be interesting, but there's reasons for everything they did. There's reasons for everything. Every choice they made, there's a reason for it. It's not come out of nowhere, is it? And so Extra Sale says they added an extension to the COCH.
I wrote that down.
You wrote that down sometime after 2015, and later built the new Women and Children's Health Service building. Hi, Angela. Lovely to see you. Sweet Gas, exactly. So I'm going to go through some of these. I'm just going to run through. I'm going to catch up a little bit with these. I lived on a new build house with exactly that problem. The wind blew and we felt ill, and that we could smell the sewerage. Disgusting.
Wow.
Well, do you know that? Do you know that Scottish hospital? I did a video about this. Or
Yeah.
One of the doctors has
Scottish
got
hospital, that was built really near a sewage unit, a sewage plant.
right.
So that there was that going on as well. So there's a link there with sewage. In one of the pictures of the unit, there's also a desktop fan on the floor next to a crib. Why would they need to be air if the aircon's working properly? Thank you, Margaret. Angela McCavan says sick building syndrome. It's a thing. It definitely is a thing. Yeah.
And it's usually a mold. Yeah.
It's the mold. Culture of care, not fear. There was an actress in America. So I don't want to derail this, but there was an actress who married this British guy, an American actress who died really young of this mold in the building. Does that ring a bell to you,
No,
Jenny?
No, but I
She's
don't keep up with
Yeah, it's a Hollywood
I don't
sort of
keep up
story.
with the recent Hollywood. I
No,
only
it's a
know
Hollywood
stuff.
kind of story, but it's to do with a mold thing in a building. That's what they ascribed it to. Anyway, that's a side issue. So aircon was reduced at night due to the noise to help the baby sleep. The unit had no windows, no fresh air. Aleem says, hello, Aleem. But the original post-mortem found natural causes. They didn't accept those reports. Well, in a sense, they didn't compete with those reports. They just pretended as though they didn't even happen. Almost. That's the way I look at it. They didn't even
and they
try
didn't
to.
bring those pathologists in to testify.
Well, exactly. They didn't bring George Kakai in there to testify about
And
why
he
made the decision.
he wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only pathologist. So there was
No, he's not the only pathologist. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, yeah. So why not? Why?
Lazy Daisy. Oh no, what have I missed? Well, John O'Quigley. Thank you. Next room, John O'Quigley. That's the other statistician that I was referring to in relation to Professor Richard Gill. Look at the NHS policy on categorising stillbirth. Thank you, OMF. Absolutely. Hello, Mark. Hello, Jenny. Mark's not vexatious. I am vexatious. I want to be vexatious. I am vexatious.
The Empress has given him the Duke of Vexatious title.
Yeah. I haven't seen the. Where's the cat? Where's the Empress tonight?
Oh,
anyway?
she's actually whining now. I'm going to have to go soon because it's dinner time. But I'm hearing her. She's whining, but that's okay.
Asbestos was banned since 1999. Yeah. Cannot be imported. Okay. Can be used. So were you going to say something about that, Tony? About the
yeah, as far as I know, if they've got stockpiles, they were allowed to use them up. That was the agreement. The law did come. So
you think I could find about that stockpiles in? There would be someone on the internet I could find.
Oh, that'll be easy. We'll pick it up and email you.
I'll look it up.
I'm interested myself, just to clarify, but I absolutely know, because I had a flat that I was selling, and it was only built when I was selling it 18, 19 years ago. And one of the buyers said, "Is that asbestos on the roof?" Now, this is a new brick, rubbish built thing. You know how they're badly made of bricks. Yeah. And then I thought, well, it can't be, just as a stipple effect on the ceiling. And I said, no, it can't be. It's a new building. I know it looks like asbestos to me, you know. And so we had to get it checked. We got to take a chunk off, send it off to a lab. And luckily it came back, it wasn't. But I did a lot of research around the time, and I was gobsmacked to find that when you buy a new build, it can still have asbestos if the company who built it has still got a stockpile of materials with it in. They weren't told to trash them. It just says you cannot import anymore, as that gentleman's just said. I think that's probably where that comes from. So you cannot buy anymore and use it, but you can use up your own stockpiles. Because some of these big companies would have huge amounts of stock. So, yeah. But absolutely. Whether there's a time limit on that as well, I don't know. I'd have to check that.
Interesting. It's all to do with environment. And we've got OMF saying, according to the CQC, the neonates came out of the maternity ward. That's absolutely right, and were sent to the neonatal unit to be assessed and treated for infection. Who does that? So
it doesn't happen here in America, Merlin. It would never happen here in America. If you got a baby that's got an IV and needs IV antibiotics, it's in the neonatal unit.
Right.
Period. Because that baby, first of all, you're going to have to watch that that IV line, and you got to watch it. If it needs IV antibiotic, it has to be assessed continuously for sepsis. It would not happen. It would not happen. So,
Okay.
Merlin, you're right, absolutely spot on.
Thank you for that. That's great. Margaret Dixon says in Croydon Hospital, they recently carried out a simulation abduction to check safety and security. It was able to abduct two babies. Well, that's an interesting point, that, Margaret, because this reminds me of that door that had like a 4-digit code, which basically made that whole unit porous to anybody who would come in.
Yeah.
And didn't they have the code above it too?
Yeah,
So
they wrote
the code.
it up there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
They do. They often do, don't they? Any of those doors.
they
If that was just a single murder case, just say a murder in the hospital, nothing to do with babies. I mean, if one person was committed and then they found that bit of information out that there was another door, they couldn't be sure who was in that unit. There's no CCTV. That would be the end of the case, wouldn't it? It would be like, oh, okay, this is an unsafe conviction. We cannot categorically say there was no one else in the room because there's no way else of knowing it. And yet, again, they just like say, well, it's just another angle of the case. So that's what they're doing. They just, whatever you say, they go, yes, if you say it's the statistics, well, the whole case isn't built on just statistics. It's built on the DAR data. It's built on what the liars like Jayram say. It's built on the other nurses, what they said, and the parents who are very emotional. And so whatever you say, they just switch it around. Then you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. They absolutely do, Tony. And the other thing is that, well,
I have a wonderful husband.
I thought you were only drinking Coke.
The Empress.
Oh, you found another bit.
My husband, he heard her whining, so I'm ignoring her, and he goes and feeds her.
Oh, that's lovely.
I have a good husband. I have a good husband.
Yeah, I want to say hi to Jenny's husband there, and all the best to you.
I'm in another room. He's making us supper now.
Can I say hello? Can we say hello to your husband there and say hi to him?
He's been helping me. And anytime I have a question about medical devices, because that's what he used to do for a living. Because there's been some medical devices that were probably used in the neonatal unit that probably should have been recalled. He's been helping me figure that out. I put him to work. He's retired. Well, technically he's retired, but not when he's married to me. So.
That's lovely. There's a gentleman also would like to join the stage called the 3 Gold Truth 2, and we'll see what he would like to say now.
Hey mate, how you doing?
I'm okay. How are you doing there?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, so would you like to talk about this particular...
Sorry for party rocking.
Okay, that was one of those. So I fell foul of that again. So I deleted that quite quickly. But there's no way to tell, is there?
No, and you know what, Mark? People that are in the know, they're hiring these people. I don't.
I think that's right, and
you're touching a nerve, and again, once they pull the scab off of this with Lucy, it's going to show a lot of stuff.
Well, but I didn't recognize the name, so I knew it was taking a chance, but I didn't know this person. Yeah. For all I knew, this could be someone wants to genuinely engage with what we're talking about. But
you didn't do anything wrong.
You take a chance. So we did Margaret Dixon there. Brittany Murphy. Thank you. Next room. Brittany Murphy is the actress that I was talking about, who died of these spores in the house. God. These spores, and she married this kind of British director, although he wasn't quite a director. He kind of was a director, British guy, and the mum was involved and everything. It's a really interesting, weird case. Thank you, next round. Yeah. But Brittany Murphy is this American actress that I was referring to. But that's a sort of side issue. But thanks for that, next round. The reason you can smell anything is due to the particles of it in the air. Okay, no, that's fair enough. So we're all doing this now. You're not vexatious. You're lovely, Mark. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? That's nice. Oh, bless you. I'm evil, really evil. But Truthfinder says, Henry McCauley, when I was a child, I lived near horse, pig, and cow fields. Used to, I don't know what this is going to say. Used to have manure smell coming through my bedroom all the time. I got used to it. Didn't harm me. Okay, that's fine. That's reasonable. I'm moving through the comments for a little bit here. Okay, I'm just going to move. So we've hit the end of the comments there. So, okay, I don't know where we are. We are in a situation in which they're kind of stalling for time, I think. I don't know what you, Jenny and Tony, feel. They're kind of stalling.
They're stalling for time for a reason. Why would you spend tens of millions of pounds to keep a 35-year-old woman in a thing? There's more to the story than the Countess of Chester.
Yeah, that's great. I really like that. How do you
There's
feel about
more
that, Tony?
to the story.
Yeah.
And when that scab is lifted off, it's going to show a lot of stuff that's going on. Follow the money.
Follow the money. Follow the money. Yeah.
I think
Great.
so.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
It's weird. I did these I did these videos back in 2023, 2-part video thing, which was the titles were Follow the Money.
Yeah,
It was back then. And it was because there's something to be exposed here, and it's to do with neonatal care. But really, it's an open secret. And it's something that, like Martin Pittman on Twitter is talking about all the time, that these issues are everywhere all the time. You know, it's nothing new.
Yeah, and they always talk about all the maternity things, but nothing gets done. But they have an inquiry, so the lawyers make out very well.
Yeah,
when
we got the money for that.
Well, that's it. Can you imagine? So, however many millions of pounds this has cost, tens and tens of millions, the vast majority of that money has gone into the pockets of lawyers, hasn't it? It's about law. It's about law, isn't it? Law in quotes.
It's keeping the lawyers employed. Why stop it when you can keep the lawyers employed?
Yeah.
But we've also got like politicians involved. So we've got like this guy called Wes Streeting, who's the health minister. Is that right, Tony? Wes Streeting?
I'm not sure, to be fair. No.
So, well, I think it's Wes Streeting. So the political element of this. So he's not saying anything about it. Although he did say he said like you should just like be quiet about it. Do it quietly. If you've got a problem with this this case, do it quietly. That was his point of view.
And well, of course, he's just telling you to shut up.
Telling you to shut up, basically. Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah. That's Wes Streeting. So, but Sir David Davis is a very interesting person in this situation, and how do we? He has said, he's gone on record as saying, I'm not going to let this go. I'm going to keep coming back to it. He's committed to it.
Yeah, he has
committed to this.
Yeah,
which is
he's a good man.
He's a very interesting guy, and I don't know. Do we think, or this is my question, is the answer to this a political solution? Because it's a political case. It's not a judicial case anymore.
I think so. I think it needs the weight of politics to sort it out, definitely. Yeah. Without their backing, somebody like David Davis, you've no chance, have you? If they're not interested, then it doesn't get in the House. Nobody pulls any strings and says, look into this. I think that's how it really works behind the scenes, isn't it? Somebody
I think so.
Yeah. I'm not really that up on stuff, but that's how I feel it works. Seems to me, I had a little trip once to the House of Lords, and even in that little trip, you can just see how the wheels move. It's really interesting when you get around these people, and it's just friends of friends. I won't name any names or anybody, but even while I was in there, somebody got a call from a friend of a friend who needed somebody into the country, and it's like it all happened. And you're like, honestly,
the same stuff happens here in America.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah,
Jenny, I was going to ask you when Tony was saying that. How do you feel about that? Does that sound alien to you, or you think it's just it's a different version of it in America?
Different shit, same smell.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's all the same.
They reckon if you wrongly accused of something in America, you've got a better chance of getting out.
You have a better chance.
But once it gets to the top level, you finish. That's it, though, isn't it?
I mean, you know, but we do execute people depending on what state you're in. You do have a better chance of getting an appeal, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll still be let out of jail. Again, what I don't know if you were on, I told Mark, the first serial killer nurse was in America, was before Beverly Allen in Texas. We got 4 of them in Texas. That's just Texas alone. So we got them 2.
All right.
So
do your police have a special?
Again, it's whether it's shaken baby syndrome, Munchausen by proxy, it's the same methods to put people away, and to protect. And I'm now convinced these nurses that are in Texas are innocent. It was to cover up medical stuff. I won't go into the whole thing, but it's the same stuff. One was an insulin too. No. So
are you kind of are you not encouraged, but are you kind of like wanting to get involved with that, or
no, once I think the whole Lucy Leppy thing would be a beautiful template to then bring it over here, because we started it over. We started it. We started the template and stuff, and then use that Lucy Leppy thing. I'd like to get a hold of Amanda Knox and said, I'll work with you. What can we do? I think Amanda Knox is doing really good, and she is. This isn't the only person she works with to try to get a miscarriage of justice. That's what that is kind of her mission in life now.
This whole Lucy Leppy case is just an exercise in how not to investigate anything, to do with, well, certainly in a care environment, isn't it? Really, the way it was dealt with is just insane.
And how it went down.
They didn't even follow their own. They've got a book. I forget the name of that good policeman who's got the white beard.
Yeah.
But he wrote the addendum to how police should investigate anything in a clinical environment, and it just wasn't even followed. Yeah. Dr. Watts.
And
Dr.
our medical system
Dr. Watts,
just as much money and power, big pharma, big medical, things. Of course, they have the money to make sure that people that are vulnerable and innocent can be put away to cover for systems, hospitals, doctors. It has happened here in America. And again, I'm going to use this whole Lucy Leppy thing, and we can where there's, and I would be happy to help with whatever, like Victorino Churu, and I'm thinking Beverly Allen is innocent, guys. She on one side it was either the defense or the prosecution. The expert witness on one side was David Southall, the other one was Roy Meadows.
Roy Meadows, oh my God!
And that's who planned Roy Grant. I can't remember his full name. He signed thing along with Evans to get him back reinstated, didn't he? That was
Roy Meadows
absolutely
was the head of whatever your health department thing, vaccine adverse effects. That's all I'll say.
Crikey.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's
David
crazy.
Southall was doing these weirdo breathing things, and there were kids that were harmed. You know what he now does stuff for? UNICEF. He goes to Africa.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah,
Liberia.
I heard that as well.
Look at the research he's doing there. It all looks like we're going to help mothers that are young.
They're just using them as guinea pigs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely madness. And
yeah.
Are you watching this thing in America about the Congress with is it what's his name, who's opposed to the vaccine?
Yeah, and I'm not anti-vax. I'm not anti-vax. What they think happened with Sally Clark is, and she's not the only one. There's an Australian mother. There's a mother in New Jersey. She's long dead. That was long years ago. But occasionally a baby can be born with a slight genetic thing that would predispose them for maybe a little bit more immune issues. So if you do get a vaccine, it might pose them to more adverse effects. Okay. So, but it's very expensive to have every kid checked for all this stuff too. I'm not anti-vax. I want measles vaccines, TB, tetanus, the whole thing.
Yeah.
But there's a way to make sure. But what happened is the government and big pharma wants you to think that every vaccine is pure and can never cause any harm. There is no medicine on the planet Earth that does not have some sort of an adverse effect to somebody.
Yeah. That's
okay.
Fair. That's fair.
But we're made to believe that you need 400,000 vaccines. No, what we need is the big stuff, the stuff that we all grew up with, and occasionally maybe a few more. There might be a few more, but we don't need all this stuff here too. And are we giving too many shots versus let's see if we can kind of pull it out, and let's see if there are any kids that might be. And they've actually proven, there was a mom in Australia. They actually proved that her kids, and she had like 4 or 5 kids. They were able to get her free, but they proved that their kids had a little genetic thing.
Is it true they give 72 vaccines to an American child before the age of 16 or 8?
I don't know. I don't know if it's 72,
but
it's a hell of a lot.
I've seen
and
an infographic to that
and they
effect.
give them hepatitis B before they even leave the thing. There's no reason unless the mom is high risk, like a drug has hepatitis B or IV drug user or something, for this kid to get it. They get it before they even leave the hospital. That's wrong. That is absolutely wrong. So
just to get this straight, the money, following the money there, am I right in thinking that if the hospital gives the child or the doctor gives the child the vaccine, they get paid by the hospital gets reimbursed by government?
I don't know how it goes.
I guess
with you guys.
And then of course obviously the government pay then the farmer then, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't know. And again, I'm not anti-B. I'm not anti-B at all.
Not even the COVID vaccine. I just want to make sure that it's correct. What do you think to the COVID vaccine then? I mean, that's gone pretty,
There are reasons. Big pharma, big biotech, follow the money, guys.
That's right.
Yeah.
Big biotech.
I did.
A lot of it comes from America, and I pray that. I hope we're not. It's very hard to do some things here in America because we have some really bad shark lawyers that you got a little injury or a little something going on with the kid or a maternity, you get it, it's automatically multi-million thing. Where lawsuits over there are kind of harder to do. I pray American biotech isn't going over to the UK to do things over there that they can't do over here. I don't have any knowledge to that. I'm just hoping that is not happening. And if there's any American money and to deal with this, whatever that scab, when that comes off, boy, there's one pissed off hillbilly here.
Absolutely. Truthfinder says, kind of confirms what Tony was saying about, please may you tell the gentleman, that's you, Tony, that yes, they're given approximately 72 vaccines by that period of time.
No. Just the measles, the whooping cough, the tetanus. Yes. And I'm old enough, I got smallpox. Yes. We don't need to do that anymore, but
Hmm.
You know, Hep B, no, unless you're high risk. Unless you're high risk, no.
What are the others? Can you name some of them? What are
Oh
the
God,
others?
it's so many I can't remember anymore.
There's so many. Do you know? Can I just intervene here and just say that I sent another FOI to Countess of Chester. It was in regard to IVF treatment, because I wondered whether that played a part into
Good question.
but
Yeah.
that was one of the things that they've decided to block. So I was interested in IVF treatment in terms of the mothers that then had babies at
higher.
Oh, they could have had IVF at Liverpool Women's too, but they could have had IVF at Countess of Chester. Do we know if they do IVF at Countess of Chester?
Well, that was effectively my question to them, and then they blocked it. They blocked it. You know.
Yeah, well, you've got a V for vexation.
Gotta be
V for vendetta. Is that
the question?
V for vendetta.
All you got to do is
Mark.
get a woman
I
to
love
ring up
that,
and
Mark.
say.
You're thinking outside the box. Good
Well,
for you.
It wasn't only that, Jenny and Tony and everyone in the chat. It was like we were also thinking. My friend and I was talking to my friend as well, is about what vaccines were the mothers given as well.
Yes.
Prior to birth.
We would be able to save the placentas and see what happens with the placentas. Okay, I'm gonna have a video on placentas. I have a video on placentas coming up.
My system, the name is just giving me some information.
Placentas are very valuable. Did you know that?
Say again. Placentas.
Placentas are very valuable.
Well, they didn't keep them today. They didn't keep them they didn't examine them.
But apparently, some of the parents in the Lucy-Letby case were IVF.
They were IVF. Well, yeah.
But we don't know if they were the ones that. I mean, there's one lady who she was due to go to Harley Street, but she was too poorly, wasn't she? It's
right.
Yeah, but with the RSV,
babies,
there is a thing about getting the moms getting an RSV vaccine to protect the baby. I don't know how safe it is or anything like that. But
we were just saying about IVF though. So at least E and child F and the parents of child G. E and F were born after several rounds of IVF, while child G was also described as IVF. Yeah, conceived.
So which ones were IVF then?
E and F, and the parents of child G.
Okay.
EFG. Okay.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. It'll be good to follow up. Was G born? I can't remember if G was born.
But G, interesting. I mean, just not really relevant in a way that it wasn't in the hospital. Yeah, but she was conceived abroad, baby G. So obviously they went abroad for the IVF. So it wasn't at the Chester. But reading between the lines, the other two, E and F, were definitely done at the Chester.
Okay.
Because the question is,
G was abroad. Okay. All right.
There is IVF available at COC. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, there's IVF available everywhere pretty much now.
You know, can I kind of try to create a situation where there's a whole host of reasons why 2015 and 2016 were different.
Yeah.
To the previous, well, but I can't even say that, because the problem I've got, and it is personally, because I don't see anyone else talking about it, is that 2014 has 6 deaths on that ward, according to the 2018
Do we know
data.
what month those deaths occurred?
Well, they occurred outside of the indictment period. So basically, we've got 6 deaths in that year. They keep saying there's only 3 a year, but according to the 2018 FOI data, we've got 6 deaths there. So
in 2014, there were 6 deaths, neonatal deaths or stillbirths.
In 2014, we've got 6 deaths of neonatal babies, whether early, late or post neonatal. And I can't. This is why I've asked for a restatement of all these categories from 2012 to 2022. They won't give it to me because it's a problem for them, I think. It's a
They're
problem.
hiding something.
It's a problem that 2014, as in their original data, has got 6 deaths in. And they're making out as that 3 is the usual figure.
Yeah, 2 a year.
3 a year.
That's right. They said that the consultants. I mean, you hear it in books. You hear it in when Gibbs talks. Oh, you'll be looking at 2, if not 3, and if you take out this factor, it's down to 1.6. And actually, as you say, they're just fudging it, because what they do is this is where we don't class the ones that went off to the women's Liverpool, even though they died there.
Absolutely,
Tony. And this is twisting all the time.
Absolutely, Tony.
And they spent a lot of money on the Thurwell. They should have actually spent it on some investigator to go and say, right, just give us the facts and we'll publish them once. And these are categorically what has happened on this unit and around about hospitals. Instead of all this, she talked about noise and things, but the crikey, they
thank you. Tony, that's precisely what I've been trying to get in terms of data, in terms of to have a very, very specific set of data between 2012 and 2022. That's what I want. And that's why they've blocked me.
Yeah.
Because I think they know there's a problem there.
You scare them, Mark.
I think they know there's a problem there.
Yeah. You're scaring them, Mark.
That's right.
Good for you. Yeah.
Well, because if they've got it available, why would it be a problem to? Why would it be a problem to just send it to me?
If it was good, they would let you have it for sure. If it helped them, if it was just none or 1, they would let you have it.
Well. Even beyond that, Tony, it would just be like, if the public want to know this is what the facts are. It's not about my application to it. It's just like this is the facts for everybody to know if you want to know it.
I mean, I'm afraid I don't know how you've gone about it. Have you been to any counsellors about it? Because this is a public organisation, and you're entitled. And sometimes counsellors can be useful in these things because they have some clout. I don't know.
The stage I'm at is that I've asked them to review the situation, and they've sent me this full-on 6-page letter, which they sent this full-on saying that I'm vexatious. My only recourse now is to the Information Commissioner's Office, the ICO. And I'm debating whether to do that or whether to try another tack, because I suspect that the ICO will just rubber stamp them. But so I'm thinking about what options to take. But the problem is, so going back to like people on X now, Clusie, everybody, whoever's talking about stillbirths, whoever it might be, not necessarily Clusie, I don't know if she is or not, they're using 2018 data, which the hospital has already said all the other data that was supplied in that FOI is incorrect. So you see my problem, don't you? You see my problem. Yeah. I'm trying to say, well, you said everything else was incorrect in that.
Yeah.
Do a restatement of it and give us everything correct.
Yeah.
Across this period of years. That's all I'm asking for.
Not difficult, Craig.
It's not difficult. It's not difficult.
Give or take a few anomalies, maybe, but other than that,
one of the things they said was, we don't have that information anymore. but they supplied it in 2018. They supplied it to a gentleman called Wali Alam. Walid Alam in 2018. And now they're telling me in 2026, we don't have that information to hand. And that's got my
real
spidey senses going.
You're vexatious.
Vexatious.
You're vexatious.
I'm not trying to be an idiot. I'm not trying to be an idiot about it. I just want them to state what the facts were. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
That's all.
They have a Mark Mays team.
Well,
over
I
the
know.
thing. How can we counter Mark Mays?
In the coffee book,
Good for you, Mark.
they reckon there was only
I love it.
one.
I wouldn't have that much. I don't hold on to the bone as long as you do, but good for you.
But it's not my fault. But they're blaming the people on the channel that are telling me what to do. That's what they're blaming.
So
you're
not vexatious. You're stupid. We're the puppeteers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just the
puppet.
I'm just the puppet. Yeah.
What's wrong with wanting the truth?
Well, exactly, Tony. Exactly. What's wrong with it? But that's beautiful, Tony, because that's the heart of this matter.
Yeah.
You, Jenny, myself, everyone else here. Hi, Amanda's here. Amanda's on the channel. Vexatious.
Yeah.
Everyone here wants the truth. That's all. That's what we're here for.
And the more they stall, the more we're just digging in.
Absolutely.
We're digging in. We're not letting it go.
We're not accepting this. We're not
accepting more Saturday nights.
Is this the UK's version of our Boston Tea Party?
I think so. I think so. I think it could be.
The Lucy Lefty Tea Party or something. Like they dressed as American Indians, and they threw like millions of dollars worth of tea over the edge from the tea, and that's what really ticked off. They're just like, we're not going to take the taxes, so we're not going to pay the taxes. So they dressed up as Indians as costumes, went aboard the ship, packed it all the thing, and just threw it overboard. Said we're gonna dump all your tea. So that was the Boston Tea Party. So this is you. You're kind of our Boston Tea Party.
That's right. That's right. And who's going to be the Paul Revere of this situation?
Paul Revere. Well, he was Paul Revere in his main job was a silversmith. Did beautiful silver. So if you got to find someone with silver, Paul Revere, and this, the John Adams was the one. Oh man, who's the one? If you can find someone that's just really like, okay, you're too nice to be John Adams. Like he doesn't take no prisoners. I mean, he's just, the grumpy old guy. There's got to be a grumpy old guy to be John Adams too. Yeah.
So I just looked up silver. Spiritual meaning of silver is intuition, emotional balance, spiritual illumination, deep connection to the divine, associated with the moon and feminine energy.
Silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, silver.
And Lucy Letby herself is a very, very clear person. She's ultra clear in the way she communicates to those people. In her statement that was read out in that meeting is incredibly clear and
like
beautiful.
Paul Revere. He ran down and it was him and another guy, but the only reason the other guy didn't get the notoriety is because they couldn't put him in the poem or whatever, something like that. There was two guys, one is by land and two is by sea. They put lanterns and then they were calling, and stuff. So yeah, she could be the Paul Revere of the maternity issues going on in the United Kingdom. It really could be.
It could. Trevor Chappell says here, 2018 data is likely to be predominantly correct. This is my issue, and I think I've got a problem with people taking 2024 data, which is only partial data. Anyway, it's all over the shop. The data is all over.
And that was planned, Mark. That was, it's all straw man. Okay, look over here. Look at the 24 data. Don't look at the 2018 data. It's all this is either red herring, straw man, all this stuff, gaslighting. Yeah.
Operation Merlin Falcon says maybe they'll give the correct numbers to MP David Davis. Well, They might do, they may do. I don't know. I'm not sure to what degree they're bound to him. I'm not sure to what degree they're bound to him, different to the ordinary citizen. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I wonder if,
Possibly.
with these arrests, that maybe that data will be collected by the police anyway for their inquiries. That they can feed all like they do the email system. They get it all, don't they?
Tony, do you think? Tony, do you think the police want? Do you think the police want the truth here, or do you think they want to support what they've done already? Or...
Well, exactly. They might get it, but you would never hear it either.
I mean, that's the thing. And
what got me is I can't help. It's just on my mind. I've got to say this. When after they'd got what they needed, and then other mothers who'd been, families who'd been involved in that unit and had similar issues with their child, they rang the police and they said, "Oh no, we don't want to go away. You're not part of this inquiry." And yet they'd had exactly the same thing when she'd gone.
Right, that's right.
I mean, for goodness sake, didn't that ring some sort of alarm bell? She'd gone from the unit and they've got the same sort of people ringing up saying, "That happened to my child, actually. It collapsed, blah, blah." What on earth is going on there?
Tony, I'm so grateful you raised that, because that showed they had a very specific beginning and an end of what they were looking at in terms of the time frame.
So cut and dry. What
Operation Merlin Falcon could do with this.
Yeah, we need. I'd put OMF in charge of sorting this out, but and I don't know. God, guys, I mean, it's just crazy, isn't it? It's just mad.
It's a Monty Python skit. It really is. It's a Monty Python skit.
In a sense, it's so mad. It's so crazy.
It's Monty Python.
Yeah. I don't know, guys.
It's making us think that with the coconuts and the horses, they were pretending they were on horse, making us think that they were on horses and stuff like that. It's the same thing. Or the Black Knight, 'tis just a flesh wound.
I just get the feeling that I'll just wake up one morning and it'll just be on the news that she's been released. It'll be I don't think there'll be a retrial. I hope there isn't. I hope they just say, "No, this is just rubbish. You're out." And that's it. So she might have to try and clear her name after the event like they do, which is even more disgusting. But I hope that's how it goes. I think that when they review everything, and they must be behind the scenes, the public opinion is obviously in her favour now. They must be looking at it in high level behind the scenes and thinking, "No, we've got this wrong. She's out, and we'll make the apology." I think that's how it'll go. I don't think there'll be any trial. I don't see how she could ever get a retrial, because how would you get a jury in the UK now that's not in one way biased to one way or the other? Whatever. I don't think it would ever happen. I don't know. I'm told different though. I think a lot of people who seem to be more in the know than me, and probably are, seem to say, "No, it will be a retrial." But I don't see how she could get a fair retrial. Do you? I mean,
no, I don't, Tony. I'm totally in agreement with you, because you're not going to get anybody who's going to support the prosecution case. Nobody's going to rock up there. Nobody's going to turn up. No one.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Dewey's too old, so.
No, Dewey, even if he wasn't too old or anything, he's like nobody would want Dewey on their side. Nobody would want them.
Isn't there a part of you that almost, to some degree, wants a retrial and have them put Dewey back on just to see?
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it then. Okay, let's do the Dewey show. Yeah,
I mean, oh my God, you would put the bad thing is you're going to put the parents through the whole thing, so you can't do it. I mean, you
No,
can't.
you
do
can't.
it.
You can't, and you shouldn't.
You
Exactly.
shouldn't, and you shouldn't. But at least we can have a little giggle thinking.
Yeah, it's just a. It's just a.
It's just a giggle,
experiment.
and here I am laughing about this stuff, and I don't mean to laugh about it. It's sad, but it's so absurd. What can you? What is that? There's a fine line between comedy and tragedy, or what's that line?
Well, there's a
Well, you
thing
just
about like
can't.
comedy.
laugh,
Comedy is tragedy plus time. As
Yeah,
there
where
was
it
that
just
thing,
that's the it's a and nurses and doctors, we have a very sick sense of humor because that's the only way you can get through this. Being a doctor or nurse.
But the humor around this, the dark humor around this, is because we're trying to get to the truth, and it's not to do
And it's
with
a coping mechanism because we don't want to think. It's a way of us not to think about how really. Imagine being that baby, or that mom seeing that baby being resuscitated. I keep thinking of baby C, that it's gasping for 5 hours, and Gibbs is like, "Yeah, who cares?" The mom's saying, "Can we have morphine?"
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't want to think about that. Instead, I'll find something funny just so I don't have to think about that. So you can imagine being that mom holding a gasping baby for 5 hours.
That's what I don't get as well. The parents. I mean, Shu Lee said, any parent wants to come to me and I'll give you anything you want to know. You'd think that the parents would definitely want to know the real truth.
The lawyers are keeping them from doing it.
Yeah,
the lawyers are forced. Lawyers are not allowing
what
it.
sticks in my mind is the baby, and I'm sorry I forgot the baby, the letter they used for it, but one parent reckons it was very emotive when she said she was called to the stand. She said, I could hear my baby screaming like a scream I've never heard before.
That was
E. Michael McConville actually explained that because the baby was so premature that the larynx isn't properly formed and it does make that noise. And it is a noise you wouldn't hear before. But yet I've never heard in the trial it mentioned that was the reason. And it's like, why is all these things, so many things are just not being said at the right time? They're all after the event. Just saddens me to think of that sort of stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad.
That even that mother doesn't understand. That's why her baby was making that noise, because she said, "I've never heard it scream like." But yeah, because your baby was premature, it doesn't make the same noise as a normal baby. But does she not know that really, or to me, I don't know. Awful, isn't
do you
it?
think that maybe Daniel Stoner or whatever the liaison officer, the police, they're going to encourage you to think that, so you're going to start believing it? It may not have been that bad. Or what about this? Oh, could it have been? Getting that memory, that false memory put in.
Yeah. Well, another thing. This is another amazing thing you do. The memory aspect of this whole case. I mean, there wasn't one mention. I mean, our memories are so unreliable. I'm sure you know a lot about it. Everybody knows a bit, and yet not once was it mentioned in the trial that nobody was brought. Even Mice could have brought someone and an expert in memory. You create false memories so easily, don't you? I'm sure I put my car keys there. I would bet the house I put my car. And when you go, they're not there. They're somewhere else, because you just simply created the memory, and that's what happened with a lot of the consultants and a lot of the memories. 2, 3, 4 years down the line, they were still making memories about it. I mean, Jared didn't even remember the rash on one baby for crikey how many years. Ridiculous the way they used the memory as how they recalled stuff. It was,
and again, that family liaison officer is encouraging that. Oh, really? Oh, could it have been? Oh,
we don't know anything.
Oh, well, could it have been that bad?
Yeah.
They're just planting that shit in.
Yeah.
Daniel Stoner and her. God, I hope she wasn't wearing her eyelash. She probably wasn't, because if I was a parent, I'd just been looking at those eyelashes going and not listening to anything. So,
They had to get everything. They had to get everybody telling the same story, basically, and then That's what they did, you know. They had to like align us all.
I love the Caligula and the horses. That's an excellent one, Trevor.
Yeah, I know. There's some fantastic comments coming
That's
here.
right. There was what was it? Caligula and the horse. I forgot. There was a story where, yeah, there was a story with Caligula and the horse, but I can't recall it. But I do. Yeah.
I can't quite remember that either. But it's good. It sounds good, and we're getting into this. I don't know.
Didn't Caligula have like his horse? He appointed the horse or something to some sort of a high office or something.
Yeah,
or
he
wasn't
did.
It something
yeah, he
like
did
that?
something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Which is the equivalent of like appointing Detective Hughes as the person running these investigations. So,
oh God, he does kind of have that horse face look, doesn't he?
I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know these people from a hill of beans, as you might say. They believe they're professionals, but I can't imagine they're resting easy at night. I can't imagine they're resting easy at night and thinking, okay, there's all this noise about this case. We put it to bed. We got the perp for this. But I can't believe they're resting easy about it.
I hope they're not. Good.
They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be.
Good.
That's right.
You know what? If there is something higher up that's above the Countess of Chester, if you get my drift, you know, they're going to throw, and Paul Hughes knows he's going to be thrown under the bus. Dewey's going to be thrown under the bus. Jerem and Brewery to protect whatever is going on higher.
Absolutely.
They know damn well they better be looking. They better be keeping an eye on what's going behind their back. You know,
Jenny, that's right. From hero to zero,
and
that's what's going to be happening.
And to protect whatever's going on,
whatever's going
on top of it, you wouldn't be spending almost 100. You wouldn't be spending tens of millions and millions of dollars for this.
No,
you would not, unless there's a story here.
Unless there's a story here, and exactly that's
you're protecting something above this.
Okay, I'm going to go into an area now which people have dipped into, and I've resisted. Is the idea that this is some kind of psyop or kind of situation in which they're attacking a nurse in order to destroy jury trials. So there's some kind of conspiracy theory around this.
It could be that. I think it's follow the money.
Follow the money. Okay,
follow the money. Okay, you have.
So what is the money?
People are in
the money.
How many people are in the NHS?
It's the biggest employer in Europe.
No, I meant patients.
Patients.
We'll just say 50 million. I don't know.
Well, probably about 70 million. Yeah, 70 million.
Okay. Well, wonderful data there. Guinea pigs. You're captured. You have no other choice. You can only go to the NHS.
Yeah. It is. It's
so
the
who would profit from having 50 million guinea pigs? Who would profit from having 50 million guinea pigs?
Who profits from having 50 million guinea pigs?
Well, who's got money?
China's just so put up for sale, haven't they? So, about a lot of records of a lot of UK.
A lot of other vultures. You notice there's I'm noticing a lot of American companies that love to get their hands, or you talk about various like platforms and stuff like that, computer stuff. That's American companies, and American companies, a lot of other companies. Alderhay was selling thymus glands to it was an organ scandal. After keeping all those organs in the pots, they had another thing. When they were doing open heart surgeries on kids, they were taking out their thymus glands, and they were selling them. It wasn't selling. They said they got large donations. Look up Alderhay thymus glands. It was a French medical bio company.
Yeah.
There's the Pool Hospital placenta scandal. You haven't heard about that one? The Pool Hospital was selling placentas to a cosmetic company for donations.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, well,
look at all the trials, research that's going on.
We've got Margaret Dixon here with a comment saying Palantir, the American company Palantir, was given £330 million with a contract with the NHS. That they basically want to run our NHS in terms of data.
Palantir is it's like a computer thingy. Oracle.
Yeah.
Why are some of these foundations? They're not UK.
Well, exactly, yeah. But we're inviting them in. We're inviting them in to the UK.
Yes, and who in your country would profit?
Who would profit? I'm not sure who individually would profit. But,
right. But
there will be some people.
There's connections. Look who's connected to the top politicians. Where in America we follow the money. Who gives donations for elections here in America? There's a reason they do that.
Well,
I don't know what is your version of that in the UK.
Well, a version of that in the UK is about who owns the company that supplies the PCP, the protective equipment related to COVID.
There was a lot of problem with that too.
Related to COVID and the investment
didn't the pandemic show us a lot of stuff?
Yeah. Supremely.
Corruption was rife here in America. Remdesivir killed a lot of people. They were forced to give remdesivir.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we thinking here, Jenny, Tony, everybody in the chat, are we thinking here that the Lucy Letby case, in quotes, is bigger than just the case? Is it bigger or is it not bigger?
In my feeling is that there are just so many strange things with the way Goss behaved, Myers behaved, no witnesses, no experts to help her, everything, the way the case developed, all the things that were sidelined, the protocols that the police, who they used for it all. It just seems too odd to me that there isn't something else going on.
Yeah.
I think there is.
Yes. I
agree with you, Tony.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Tony.
Of course, you're a crackpot if you say anything like that these days. That's their clever way.
I'm a crackpot as well then.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, but
why would you be spending tens of millions?
I mean, when I was talking about vaccines earlier, Jenny, you said you're not anti-vax, but when I was talking about the vaccine, I meant the COVID vaccines particularly. But it's interesting that you brought up the measles, because that's what the farmers do. They love to throw that out, that actually that cured measles, and of course now that people are not using it, measles is on the rise again. They're loving this, but
right. And I want people to get measles vaccines.
Yeah,
I'm
just on about the
to
COVID
get Hep B unless they're a high risk.
Yeah.
There's no reason.
But to me,
Tony, you're talking about the mRNA platform.
Yeah, exactly. They just don't even know what was in the vials now, do they? And
but we don't. Why would you? All that's happened with that pandemic. That's why people don't trust anymore. It's because they don't give us a reason to trust.
No, exactly, because they're not.
They don't give us a reason to trust.
Not to be trusted. Yeah.
So and then they call us conspiracy theorists.
That's right. That's their way of making you look ridiculous and silent.
Yes. And God forbid, with the whole, can you are you a boy or a girl and stuff like that too? If you even question a big burly man in a wig walking in a bathroom, a woman's bathroom, you were What
But
were
it's
you?
not really the wig isn't really talking, is it? It's the pharmaceutical company, isn't it? Like you say,
Right. But
they've
I'm
got
thinking
all
it's
the
the same.
money.
It's the same
They
thing.
pull all the strings. They own all the magazines, all the media. They own everything. You
Here in
can't
America, they
say
own
a
the American Academy of Pediatrics, their journal, their
They own
top
all the. They
pediatrics,
have
100%
big stakes. They
by
won't
Big
get
Pharma.
in the UK. You won't get one journal to say a bad word about them because they own virtually 60% of all of them. So I don't know what it is, but it's a high amount.
Yeah, it's all. If
It's
you look at the
fantastic.
adverts and all the journals, it's all biotech or pharmaceuticals.
And as you say, where do the politicians get the donations for their campaigns? So they won't ever speak out. So
Look at who, and again, look at who, just look at who connect the dots with your politician. I bet you're not going to have David Davis connected to any of this stuff.
no.
Big Pharma or biotech or whatever. You know, whatever this is, you know, this is the 21st century gold rush, and that's why I did my videos on, Mark. You'll see them when you see the thing.
Yeah,
The 21st century
I've
gold
seen those, yeah.
gold thing was biotech and medical research. Just like in the 1840s, it was gold here in America. You know, in the 1500s, it was silver for the Spanish. It was tea for whatever for you guys. You know, this is the latest gold rush. Was as soon as they got the human genome, which was the late 1900s, you know, 2000, and then just medical research and biotech. It was like everyone was investing in that. Everyone is investing now in all the medical record stuff, the computer stuff. You know, the push for digital ID. If they get your digital ID and that's connected to your NHS account, that's all the data. They can find all the data on you guys. You know what I mean? It might not. They may not look at your name, but they're going to find. They can just get data on any disease because you got 50 million people in your country.
Yeah.
You're just nothing but a bunch of guinea pigs. I'm sorry. So, and it's happening here in America too. So, just you know, buyer beware. I mean, you know, prior to that world event, we all thought medicine and science can cure everything. Well, did we not learn a lesson?
Well, the problem is it wasn't a natural thing, though, was it? It was a man-made thing that they released. It was Fauci's.
Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist.
No, well, yeah, in the true sense of the word.
No, but you're right. It wasn't. It
wasn't a bat within 200 kilometers of Wuhan. It was completely man-made,
and I'm ashamed to say what Anthony Fauci from America, his involvement in it. I'm ashamed. I want him. I want him locked up.
Yeah. Well,
what Americans did had involved with COVID. You know, we funded a lot of that through third parties. The money didn't go directly from America, but we put it in a thing. And again, look at third party. What's going on? It may not be a direct funding into whatever's going on here, but follow the thing. Again,
it's funny how we've got from the Lucy Letby thing to this, and that's the point, isn't it? That it's all about. The vaccine. What worries me, just talking briefly about the vaccine, if it comes round again, just how draconian it'll all be. You know, I think even in Australia, they were arresting people, literally taking them from the house and having them vaccinated. It was frightening.
You couldn't get a job in a hospital here unless you were vaccinated.
That's right.
Keep your job.
Yeah,
That's a fascinating point. That I've just come back in the room because I went out there, and what Tony was saying there about this is happening at the same time as the Lucy Letby thing, and it's like they're not separate. They're not a separate idea in a sense.
I don't think the pandemic and Lucy is separate.
No, in a sense that you can do a Lucy Letby persecution. You can persecute Lucy Letby in a world in which you can also do this other stuff with the vaccine. You can do this. You can do it at the same time.
Got enough money, you can. I mean,
and And
we're on to a huge thing. I mean, talking about the one world order, the WHO. I mean, I read something that the WHO, for example, the guy who was in charge of it was done for embezzlement, and but you look on that and can't find that anywhere now. It's gone. But do you know
David Southall is doing stuff for UNICEF.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a worry, isn't it? That's a worry.
UNICEF. David Southall was his wife. She has recently died, but she was an editor at the British Medical BMJ Journal.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Okay, David Southall shouldn't be anywhere
Southall.
near anything. He's
This
doing.
guy's
He's part. And look at his recent research. It's all fine, but what's he doing? Why is he attached to UNICEF?
He's got to go somewhere, and they got this psycho. Got to put him somewhere. I no, he's a great. That guy's a nutter. That guy's a.
So that guy's evil. That guy was doing breathing treatments
absolutely
on kids
evil.
that caused brain damage.
Southall is. Yeah.
Yeah, Southall. Isn't Roy Meadows dead, or is he dead, or is he still alive?
Yeah,
Roy Meadows is still
I'm not
alive.
sure he's. I don't know if he's dead, but he's kind of like I think he's out to grass or something. But I'm not sure if he's dead. But Southall is like full on crazy guy.
And was Meadows the one that the wife said he's been married a couple of times, but the first wife said this guy is the biggest misogynist.
Yep. Yeah. Meadows' wife said he doesn't like women. He doesn't like women. That's what Meadows' wife said. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. I bet yeah. And didn't Meadows go up to Sally Clark and say after she's going through some appeal or something like that or something? He walked up to her and said, or he was going through something about getting his GMC taken away or something. He was having to go through a thing, and they were happened to be at the same place. And he goes, this is just as painful for me. What I'm going through is what you went through.
All right, yeah.
Well, didn't he do that? I mean, that's small to say that.
Yeah. That's that. And do you know what, Jenny? That really mirrors what Evans has said. Oh God, they're really, I'm having people saying terrible things about me. Well, yeah.
And Evans is a big promoter of Southall. Why do you think they pick Evans? He didn't. They picked him.
Oh, sorry. Can you say that again? So
I think they picked him.
They picked him. Yeah, they picked him. Yeah.
Come on, he is the number one disciple of. If there was a church of Southall and Meadows, Evans is the pastor.
What's the, okay? Yeah. Do you know what? In the trial, the prosecutor keeps on saying, "What's the chances?" So what's the chances then? What's the chances of Evans getting involved in all this? What's the chances?
Yeah, of course they're going to find someone to do it.
But she
was basically accused.
That wasn't based on statistics.
It wasn't.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't based on statistics. No.
Yeah, but what were the chances? They kept saying, didn't they?
But what were the chances?
Sally Clark. What's the chances? That Meadows law.
I mean, I think Professor Richard Gill makes a distinction between what's the chances as a question being not a statistical statement, but it's kind of related to it. But oh God, I don't know. It's just absolutely insane.
No, it's the same play card. It's the same play card. Same play card, whether it's Munchausen by proxy or whatever, to cover up for someone else. Let's create this thing here. It's the same playbook that was used for Southall and Meadows.
Thank you.
Again, Beverly Allen, the same playbook. They're covering up for something. We're going to use something like a Munchausen. Essentially, it was a Munch. They didn't come out and say, but it was a Munchausen by proxy. She was trying to get the attention of the doctor.
Well, this is the weird thing they did. They tried to do it with Dr. A, and then they kind of went there, and then they pulled back from it.
But again, they were just saying, She's
I like
doing all
Lucy's
this
statement
stuff,
that
and
because
she's trying to be the hero, right?
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
Sorry,
stand,
Tony, what are you going to say
Lucy
about
was,
Lucas?
she was very Lucy, as you said, was very concise in what she said. And once, when she was once accused of, she was doing that to get his attention. I could have had his attention anytime.
Oh, well,
Really
fantastic. Yeah, great.
So it's like, because they were friends outside of work. Why did she need to get to? It's just lunacy.
It's lunacy. It's lunacy. And she cried in court when he gave his evidence because she realized that he was ratting on her basically, and he was
Bastard.
turning. He was like joining forces against her. That's why she cried. That's why she cried. Because she had trusted him before. She trusted him.
I mean, the emotions. Crikey, the poor girl had been locked up in virtually solitary confinement, probably drugged up to the hill. And then they say, why is she showing any emotion? Oh, that business about Liz Hull saying that, honestly, it just incenses me. It's insane. It's
insane.
Yeah. The poor girl's been on, I mean, she's been on, the opioids, I think. They do. Everybody knows that they deaden people's emotions. I mean, so that was overwhelming for her, wasn't it? I mean, it's amazing she even had some sense of emotion, even in that moment, the amount of drugs she's probably being given. I mean, God's true, forgive her.
And they put her, it took a couple hours just to drive her there. So she
exactly.
handcuffed in a van over like 2 hours just to get there. And then 2 hours.
3 hour round.
Yeah.
And she hardly ate. She missed breakfast. She was hardly eating. And do you know what they did? The rotten bees. They moved her the day before trial, and they shouldn't have any of the comfort things. I don't think the medication even. They did a rotten thing there. It really
they did that on purpose.
It's hard to imagine how incompetent you'd have to be to do that to another human being, isn't it? To take them out. It's not difficult. I need that lady moving from this cell to this cell. Take her things, give her time to pack. And we'll take her. She's hardly a big threat to society, was she? A lady.
Absolutely, Tony. And then you've got Judith Moritz for the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, saying, "Well, I was trying to look into her soul. But I couldn't see anything."
What? Talking about her cheap suits for pizza. I'm going to start swearing in a minute. Anyway,
They're talking about she didn't dress correctly, or she was dressed cheaply.
Drab.
That's such a woman thing to do too. That is such a woman.
What?
That is such a woman thing to do. And there's nothing worse than a woman. It's bad enough when a guy does something, but a woman against a woman is even worse because we are vulnerable. And a woman, we're supposed to be together. We are vulnerable, and there's nothing to me. I think Susie Holt is worse than Jerem.
Jenny, are you saying by that, in a sense, that the coup de grace, in a sense, is going to be from the female line, in the sense of like somebody like Judith Moritz, are going to say, "Well, I'm going to tell you who Lucy Letby is," in this sense,
Oh yeah, I think it had a big impact. Well, first of all, for a woman to go after a woman, know that they are innocent, and you can't tell me Judith Morris didn't know she would. She did it. She attacked Lucy Letby in a way to profit.
Yeah, and she's doing it from the BBC kind of vibe, which is like an intellectual kind of world of it. Like, I can't see your soul,
Or she was putting her down. She to profit, for a woman to profit off of an innocent woman that's going to spend the rest of her life in jail, and it, but you willingly do it. To me, that is more evil than a man doing it, because we as women know that we're more vulnerable. So we as women, it's more important that a woman is to another woman, not that we bind together. That's how we survive.
Absolutely.
Because we are the protector of children. We have to take care of children. we are more vulnerable because when we're pregnant and give birth, and we're weaker than you. So it's important that women do this with each other. Obviously not the bad ones, but the good ones. So if we protect each other, if you don't have a woman protecting another woman, that's it.
That's it.
That's your last. That's your
There's
last
nobody
straw.
else there, is there? There's no one
And
else
for
there.
women and a woman and a Judith Moritz, Susie Holt, they know she was innocent, and they profited off that.
I get what you're saying there. And Cup of Tea with Poetry is saying here, Liz, bless you, Liz. Lovely to see you.
Yes.
I've always felt that they've forgot her medications on purpose.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Set her up to fail. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Liz goes on to say, I think they would have been meds for anxiety, thyroid, and sleeping.
Yeah, and I think they said Lucy was hypothyroid. If you don't get your hypothyroid, you don't get your thyroid medicine. Depending on the degree of hypothyroid you are, you could die. But obviously, you're going to shut down. Yes, sleeping meds. You cannot stop. You can't stop if she was on any antidepressants, any SSRIs. She could have also been on off-label. Sometimes if depression medicines don't work, they're going to put you on anti-schizophrenia medicine off-label. And those are even worse if you go cold turkey than an SSRI. No wonder she went crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God!
She was probably just not on one med. She was probably on multiple different. And this wasn't depression. This was trauma. You could pour antidepressants into someone who's trauma, and will do no good because you're not technically depressed. You're traumatized.
And Jenny and Tony and everyone in the chat, they're expecting her to perform in the court under all those circumstances.
Don't you think? I mean, she was cross-examined by Nicholas Johnson for 10 days, was it? Don't you think? I mean, crikey, the way he behaved. Could anybody survive? I couldn't survive. If I'd done something wrong, pinched a bag of sweets, and he was cross-examining, he wouldn't last 2 minutes. He would crack you, wouldn't he? If you were guilty of something, he would crack you. Let's face it.
If you're innocent, he'd crack you.
And yet she stood her ground, and she even, for me, not enough times did she counter what he said. But basically, she did occasionally say some things back to him. She just had enough of his crap. And I don't think Myers objected at all in the whole trial to some of the things that. And I have to say this business about him saying, I can't remember the 3 things, but virtually every case he would say, so in your opinion, was there a shortage of staff that caused the babies to, deteriorate? Well, obviously she would say, well, no. Was there anything anyone did? Well, not that I know of. And then, well, you must have done something then. It was ridiculous every time he said that. But she should have said, well, and she did eventually start saying, well, I don't know what the doctors do. You'll have to ask them. Did they do it? Yeah. But she didn't really. He would say that every time. And even the next day, he would ask to start the game every day. And Maya should have objected to how can she possibly answer that question? And the thing is, the fact that the board was underfunded, it was undermanned by at least 21%, which is the same across the whole country, apparently. And she never said that. Maya's never said it. And so it's got to have an effect. I mean, it's a bit like saying she should have said, well, if you were trying to write a document and you've only got 20% of your staff available, is it going to affect your outcome of that document? Well, of course it is. But nobody seemed to have any common sense in this trial. Like Myers didn't stop it. Lucy never really objected to him saying it every time. It was a ludicrous thing to do every day. And yeah, he got away with it. But what I'm saying is that for me, when I've heard all that, there's no way she could be guilty of anything. You would have broken up if you don't you think? I don't know. I mean, I'm putting it out to the listeners and things, but I'd be interested to what other people think. I'm just talking. It's very nice to have this platform for.
No, it's fantastic to have you here, Tony.
I don't know what, there's just my own personal views and opinions. I don't know.
It's
We've
great.
got
It's great
to
to
know what other people think. But I just found it really irritating the way he coerced her into basically say, well, yeah, the understaffing didn't have anything to do with it. I don't think the doctors did anything. And there was another thing he said, and I can't remember off the top of my head now. There were 3 things he'd say every day. And he'd say, would you like to change anything about what you said yesterday?
Like she could remember?
Well, do you know,
and it's so annoying, the man.
You know, she didn't throw one person under the bus.
no, she didn't. No,
She did not say, no,
because
this
she's an
person's bad,
honourable
this
person.
person gave bad care. Did she throw anyone under the bus?
Yeah.
And she could have. Would you have blamed her?
I know. What got me on the insulin cases, they reckon that there was only one other nurse on duty, and she'd been on the stand, and Nicholas Johnson asked her, did you put insulin in that bag? And she said no. But when Lucy got on the stand and said, did you put it? And she said no. Well, you were the only other nurse there. You must have done it. Well, why couldn't the other nurse have done it? He was like,
exactly.
hang on.
Exactly, Tony.
And anyway, it's turned out that the night staff, anyway, there were 9 other staff that could have done it anyway. And there was none missing from the ward, and the amount needed was colossal. The whole thing is an utter load of nonsense. And then God's saying, if you find her guilty on those cases, the insulin, you may as well find her guilty on the rest. You don't need a cause, you know, the actual cause. Just if you find her guilty on one, then just you can just say, well, she's guilty on the rest. It's unbelievable. And I mean, I don't know a great amount about the law, but I do know there are 4 reasons you can go back to the, to have a case looked at by the CCRC, and one of them is if the judge misdirects the jury. Well, surely that was a misdirection of the jury, and especially now it's called into question the insulin cases.
Again, they're protecting.
I agree.
They're protecting things, in my view, that's above the counters of Chester Hospital.
Yeah,
that's going to go. I'd love to know
above,
how high it's going to go.
It's above. Yeah.
Otherwise, why would government? They could have built how many hospitals with the money they spent on this? How many hospital wings could be built? Or how many hospitals could be? With all the buildings are falling apart. How many? What could have been done with all this money?
Well, Jenny, can I say something now?
Yeah.
I just want to say something, and I thought this before. It's not a new idea, but why are they doing this? Why have they done it? Why have they done this?
I have no proof.
Why have they done it?
Follow the money. You were right.
Follow the money.
Follow the money. You're protecting someone's status. You're protecting something or something or some things.
But Jenny, okay. Let's take that. Why did they have to make it into a serial killer case? Why did they have to do that?
Because it makes for good TV. Everyone, Beverly Allen, yes, we have serial killer nurses are a hot thing right now. Serial killers are easy. It was a playbook. It was an easy playbook. You already had the play written. All you had to do was bring out the handbook of how do you make someone look as if they have Munchausen by proxy. The playbook was written in America. The playbook has been written with all the Munchausen by proxy, with Meadows, Southall, all this stuff. The playbook was there. People, at first, everyone believed it. It was easy.
But Jenny, okay, yeah. I'm playing devil's advocate now in terms of,
because you're stupid and you don't know what else to do.
No. Yeah. What I want to say is, like, you need a brewery. You have to have a brewery. You have to have that person.
You have to have someone evil that's willing to
set it off.
Yes.
Yes. Because the reason why I say that is because there are hospitals, and this goes back to Dr. McLachlan's work back from 2023, is that there are hospitals that have similar spikes in deaths. Blackpool Hospital, they have similar spikes in deaths around that same period, and they're not different. They're not different to this.
But
Yeah, and I'm
again,
sure if
Brewery
they got that,
Brewery got
would find
scared.
someone on duty, although they could make a
Yeah.
correlation between somebody and all if they concocted a chart like they did with the trial.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could find someone.
Literally,
They
why
could
would they do that then?
They could. Tony's saying they could. Blackpool. Tony said there. Blackpool could have found a murderer. Could have found a murderer at Blackpool,
Yeah,
couldn't you?
exactly.
Could have done.
But the point, unfortunately, it was all about a question of, it's a bit like a Swiss cheese, isn't it, lining up? That unfortunately, Lucy was a good nurse, so good and so I've forgotten the word now.
Conscientious.
Conscientious,
that she would report herself for doing something wrong.
Exactly.
Certainly report her colleagues.
I'd love to
That's
see all of her
the
data.
problem. In the NHS,
That's it.
You don't do that.
What does Lucy know and is afraid to say? What
she
does
said
Lucy
it. That's
know,
the
but
thing.
she doesn't know that
And
she
the
knows?
motive in this whole case is because she was happy to report when she saw them doing everything wrong, and they were doing lots of things wrong, like putting the lines in too far, like not incubating properly, leaving ventilators off, the ventilators not working, over pressurizing, putting the needles in the wrong side, and so on and so on. And when they got her off that ward, and they got told to apologise to her, and they would be struck off, that was the motive there, right there. That's where it all began, and they would not let it go. Dewey, what's his name? Rafi Jairam. He was instrumental in it, I think, more than Brewery personally. I don't know. I think that he really had it in for her. Once the ball got rolling, I think he was the one. I mean, he was prepared to lie, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was prepared to lie.
I think.
And wasn't he one spreading more rumors than Brewery or among staff?
I just think that's the reason behind it. It just happened to be, and that's why you don't have a murderer in any other of those hospitals where there was a spy, because you didn't have some narcissistic people in those hospitals at that time making mistakes. It's just the lining up of the wrong things at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Unique situation.
But why was the government willing to spend tens of?
Well,
it's perfect.
They're getting on the back of it. Possibly, this could be a prelude to the privatisation of the whole of the NHS.
Yeah,
I think they could get on the back of this and say, just like you said, Mark, about the jury. So could use it. Well, they've already gone down that road already. Hasn't it? It's possible. It could be the sort of the start. I don't know. Yeah.
Tony's saying stuff about, which I love, and I love the way you put it there. Is like, this could be like, this is the end of the jury service, basically, fundamentally.
And that's scary.
Mm.
And it's also the end of the. It's the end of the NHS as we know it.
Yeah, they've already started a review, haven't they? That the chap you mentioned earlier, I didn't know the name of, who was in charge, who was the heads it up. They've already commissioned a review into the baby care in the NHS. I think they're already looking at it.
Mm.
And another thing in Blackpool, let's face it, I think Stephanie Davis has proven that the Chester police, even before Lucy, is corrupt. Sally Clark. So you already have a corrupt police force too. Maybe in Blackpool you have cops that wouldn't go this way. Wouldn't go that way. We're just saying no. We're not. Maybe there were, even if there were Brewery and Jerams, are going no.
I don't.
There's kind of. Can I say something? There's a kind of strange thing with Stephanie Davis, who straddles actual crime and no crime at all. So she's like pointing the Cheshire Police she's pointing them towards actual crime in the Wilmslow cases in the 1990s.
Yeah. You already have corrupt. Let's face it, they're corrupt. They're corrupt.
They are. They're really.
So you have corrupt brewery, corrupt thing. You just have a series of Swiss cheese corruptions.
I love Stephanie Davis because she's an incredible. She's like Lucy Letby. She's a Lucy Letby of the police service. She's the Lucy Letby of that. She is. She really is, and that's why she's doing what she's doing now.
Yes,
that's why she's doing it. But you can feel it, can't you? You can feel it, and that's why Martin Pittman comes on board. That's why Martin Pittman comes on board, because he's someone that realizes that the NHS will turn against you if you try to improve services. So everybody that's on board with this now, professionally, is really pushing towards quality. You know, as Lucy Letby was herself.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. You know,
it's
you're not willing to live with the status quo, and the status quo was like, did they really get? The consultants didn't give a shit. Drury was probably, I'm thinking he was using it for research. JRM was using it for his media career. They didn't give a shit.
No, twice a week the ward rounds.
And I can guarantee that Sunday one wasn't even one. It was probably how the baby's doing. Okay, fine. It was probably 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It was one on Wednesday and one on the weekend. The weekend was so it was essentially just.
I went to the trialing for baby K, and while when I went, I couldn't get in the main court. I had to go in but when I was there, Dr. Gibbs was given a thing to look at, like a floor plan, and he said where exactly was the baby, and he couldn't even read it, and this really annoyed me because the judge, there was a bit of laughter that somebody got a magnifying glass and gave it to him so he could see the chart, much to the
yes.
That's really annoying. And this is the girl's liberty, and they're laughing. Now, what made me concerned was, why didn't Maya say, hang on a minute, you can't even read a floor chart. How the hell did you read the charts for the baby when you were on your rounds then? Because let's face it, when you get above a certain age, your spectacle thing doesn't change after about 55. And I'm thinking, if the same glasses you've got on today, you probably couldn't read the charts then. They weren't even looking. And that's why things were missed, because they weren't even looking. They were going around those wards and not even really looking at what was going on, because the signs were there, and Shu Lee's proved that. They've got this.
That was a part-time job for them. What was their full-time job? The part-time job was taking care of the babies. It should have been their full-time. No, Ravi's full-time job was the media. What was Dreary's full-time job? It wasn't looking at those babies.
No, I don't. It wasn't. And Trevor Chappell says Myers was on the same page as Goss and Johnson.
Yeah. Well, they're
how do we feel about that? How do we feel about
that? Same house, aren't they, in terms of law courts? Chambers, sorry. Yeah. They're from the same chamber. Now, I don't know how that works, but there are so many chambers, aren't there, in London? When you're appointed as a KC now, you're in a chamber.
Is that kind of like a boys' club? Or...
Say what? Sorry.
Is it kind of like this is your group? You're in like the red, or you know how you would put like
red,
pretty much. You would be in the red group or the blue group or the yellow group.
Hundreds of you, but you're still in that. I think there's 4 main chambers.
Okay, I have to look into that. Yeah.
The top ones, anyway, and they're all in this certain part of London. If you go, it's quite. If you ever visit London, it's quite an interesting little part to go around off the beaten track where these chambers are. It's very historical, but they're all there. All
Scary.
Chambers. And
do they have the wig? Where do they have the wig shops? I want to know where they get the.
Well, they're around that sort of part.
Wigs, yeah.
It's
horse
hair.
We
just laugh at those things.
Horses.
And they like to get them. The older they look, they don't like new wigs. They like old ones because the old ones make them look more distinguished, as though they've been around a lot. So you wouldn't go and buy a new one. You want an old one to make you look. Look.
I mean, it's so silly. Don't get rid of the jury trials. Get rid of the damn wigs.
I know.
Get rid of the wigs.
You can probably
Exactly.
not think properly with that horsehair on your head. I mean, I get
You
if I
can't. You
the
can't.
jump
You
on, I
can't.
get hot and bothered. Do you? You know, I can't think properly.
Oh, that's fantastic. But anyway, I don't know.
I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get going. Hubby just
Yeah.
made me dinner, so he fed the
Should we,
cat. and he
should,
made
should
me
we,
dinner,
should
so-
we draw it to a close? And
That was fun talking to you,
it's been
Mark.
I'm
fantastic.
sorry Jonathan
Wonderful.
never came back.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that information. I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah.
Not tonight. I'm gonna watch some TV, but tomorrow I'm
Yeah.
gonna look into all that stuff that
Oh,
you gave
good
me. Thank the sir. Who's a sir and who's not a sir?
That guy that I forgot the name now, Mr.
Hemmendinker or what?
Hammerdinger.
I'm gonna have fun with
Hammerdinger.
that.
James, sir. Well, allegedly.
Sir James Hammer, Jenny, Tony, and
Mark,
and Jonathan. That before.
And you're not
I love you
vexatious.
all, and
Yeah.
love everybody in the comments.
yeah.
You've been fantastic tonight.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Duke of Vexatious.
Mr. Vexatious, yeah.
No, you're the Duke of Vexatious.
Duke, I'm the Duke.
I
I
thought
love
of
you
a-
all. Thank you so much, and
Bye-bye.
thanks so much for
thought
a
of a theme
wonderful
tune
time.
for you before you go. A theme tune.
Yeah.
Remember the start to the Rocky? Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely, yeah. I'm gonna think of that. I've got to put that into AI or something. But thanks, Tony,
Thanks for having us on.
Jenny, Tony, Simone,
Keep it
everybody in the
Yeah.
comments. Love you all.
We're gonna get her out.
Absolutely, we are.
Yeah.
We
We're not gonna let this
absolutely are
go.
going to do that.
No, keep
Absolutely,
going.
we're
And
going
if
to
I
do that.
die, I'll come back. I'll come back and as a ghost. I'll figure it out.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Love you,
Thanks,
guys.
Bye-bye.
Nice chatting to you all. Oh,
Thanks so much. Good night, everybody.
Thanks for
Good night,
hosting it.
everyone.
Thank you. It's really good.
Good night. Bye bye.